Okay, good evening, everyone, and welcome. My name is Matt Yancik. I am the founder and the head game master here at Manufactured Myth and Legerdemain. And welcome to the second episode, the second issue, if you will, of MML's Summer Superheroes Limited Series event. So this is the second solo adventure of 6 solo adventures that will culminate in a crossover event at the end of the summer. And so through these adventures, be sure to keep your eyes peeled. We're going to have some fun little cameos in here of people you're going to recognize. I think there'll be a lot of fun. So tonight's adventure features a character by the name of Bombast the Sonic Sentinel. And it takes place on an alternate Earth, an Earth that might have been. So this is an Earth in which World War II was fought and won using super beings, in which Russia was able to quickly and easily repel the Germans when they launched Operation Barbarossa. On this Earth, 2 psychic bombs were dropped on Japan, killing hundreds of thousands, and a superpower arms race set in motion a Cold War that was very different than our own. So in this world, John F. Kennedy was not assassinated because it turns out he was a super being and went on to 2 terms of office, which was followed by his brother Robert, winning 2 more terms and cementing the Kennedys as a kind of American royalty. Gradually, however, as super beings came out about who they were, they began to fill elected seats of government. In the 1960s, this ignited a second United States Civil War, in which a second Confederacy arose in the South. And now the nation, once known as the United States, is broken into 3 smaller nations. New England in the Northeast, where the capital is Boston. The Second Confederacy in the South, the capital of which is Washington, D.C. And in the West, there are Texas and California, who fight for control of the scraps in the West. So tonight, though, we turn to southern Maine. Let's meet Bombast the Sonic Sentinel, played by my good friend Larry Tremblay. So Larry, welcome.
Thank you, Matt. Thanks for the opportunity to participate.
Oh, well, I wouldn't call it so much an opportunity as an obligation. You are my friend after all, and therefore obliged to help me as I shill for my YouTube channel. I do appreciate it, and I rest assured when I have I don't know, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of subscribers, I'll be sure to give you a thank you somewhere in a description of some obscure video that I put up at some point. So Larry,
thanks. I don't anticipate having to fight the autograph seekers off, but I see that in your future, man.
Oh, really? I actually don't see that at all. I don't see that at all. I don't think anyone. Well, that's silly. I think about 3 people have gotten rich on YouTube. But anyway, thank you so much for playing tonight. To explain these rules kind of like to those of you following along at home, we're playing a solo adventure. So this is a one-on-one RPG adventure using TSR's old Marvel Superheroes role-playing game. So Marvel Superheroes role-playing uses something called the phase rip system. So we'll be kind of talking about phase rip a little bit later on in the program, but just rest assured it's a really simple thing. But more importantly, I just wanted to start our game out by talking a little bit about Bombast the Sonic Sentinel and getting to know your character. So Larry, can you tell us a little bit about Bombast?
Certainly. All right. Bombast is the victim of an accident in which he was orphaned at a very young age. He was rushed to a mental institution secret facility in south of Maine, in which he was effectively raised there. In fact, he's very fond of Nurse Becca, who still is on the staff there. However, as he grew older and started to develop these superpowers, there was a tragic accident which involved him and another orphan, if you will. And he ended up trying to suppress his own super strength, suppress his ability to manipulate sound because he's essentially afraid of hurting others. He did find something of a creative outlet. He fancies himself as kind of a tinkerer. So he created some circuit boards where his favorite toy, his sock puppet, kind of just implemented some circuitry in there, and without any sort of direction. He's somewhat feeble of mind, but without any direction, essentially he feels that he can now communicate with this sock puppet. And it often gives him direction. First and foremost, or I should say most importantly, at the age of 22, he's just now leaving the facility, sneaking away in the middle of the night, past security, at the behest of his sock puppet Maya.
Okay. And so folks, we're just doing this kind of the real way we'd really do it, except for the fact that we're streaming it. We've added graphics, sounds, introductions, titles, an intro, an outro, an intermission. But other than that, this is exactly how we play the game at home. So you mentioned that Bombast has these kind of sonic powers, or these sound wave manipulation powers. Can you tell me a little bit more about those powers?
Absolutely. Not quite at the level of, say, a Havoc from the X-Men. He can generate sound, and from that generation, he can essentially use it as a force through energy manipulation of sound, where he can either project it as a weapon, he could form a shield to protect himself, and then also a little bit more powerful is his sonic touch, that if he generates the sound and the vibrations, he can pretty much have an opportunity of stunning anyone that he does touch, and he can touch multiple targets at the same time. Again, though, he's a little reluctant to use his powers on others, given what had happened in his youth.
Do we want to talk about, and now I don't exactly know what happened either, but I mean, do we want to say what happened? Do you want to say, or have you not quite formed that yet, or do you want to?
Oh, no, I have an idea of what happened. I thought maybe we could do it through the story.
Okay, we'll just figure it out then as we go. I will figure it out with, I guess, the viewers at home. Okay, cool. So as I was mentioning before, we are using the Marvel Superheroes Phase Rip system. So when we do get to a point where we're going to be using the rules, I am going to kind of like explain a little bit about how the system works. Not too much detail, not anything to put you to sleep. It's a pretty simple, it's an elegantly simple, or it's maybe, yeah, it's an elegantly simple system that is meant to sort of evoke like that comic book feel. So at any rate, Larry, I had sort of thought about starting you out basically, we had mentioned southern Maine, but we can kind of negotiate and talk a little bit here. Do you want to, the city that I had sort of based a lot of this around, and when we say southern Maine, it's not exactly southern Maine, but it's close. I've been thinking of Bangor, Maine. I don't know if you had a smaller town in mind or a larger town, or if it didn't really matter. Or...
Oh no, Bangor's fine. I just I'm feeling compelled by my companion to head even further south in Boston. So I figured you might be catching me in medias, as I'm traveling. As you're
traveling. Okay, right. So then can you tell me, how would you be traveling then? And do you so Larry, you had mentioned to me that originally you wanted, well, you had mentioned to me the name of the place where you were staying. It was the Patrogenic Institute of Higher Health, I believe, was what it was.
I'll tell you the honest truth, I don't have that memorized.
That's all right. I don't have it memorized either, but what I do have is a teleprompter right in front of me. You need to get one, Larry. All of us. I mean, Excellent. Even just in life, even for teaching, Larry, I've always got it's like those harmonicas that you see like people in those bluegrass bands like keep on their shoulders. I've got a teleprompter just in front of me at all points in my life, and it makes life so much better. So that is the Institute. And I thought that it might be nice if we kept it that way, but we, for some complicated reasons, I had like changed it a little bit, but I think you'll find out later on in the story why it actually kind of fits. So can you
Sure.
be heading from this facility?
That's what I anticipated when we discussed the beginning of the adventure.
Okay. Then, and tell me, what in particular would you be trying to do right now? Are you just trying to get away? Are you just trying to spend some free time being a 22-year-old? Or
Being relatively simple, Bombast himself would not be as focused upon, being sly or hiding out, but at the same time his companion would be constantly reminding him not to move in large population areas and that sort of thing, or otherwise try and avoid run-ins, let's put it that way. And Bombast really, given that he has amazing level strength, can essentially hop some long distances. He really doesn't need a transport system. He's only limited by his endurance.
okay, cool. So with that, then, does Bombast travel by day, travel by night, or just sort of
By
travel
night.
whenever he's
Yeah.
so by night?
Yeah, travel primarily by night. And again, that's not necessarily his decision, it's his companions.
All right. So can you tell me a little bit more then about your companion? So Maya's your sock puppet,
Sure.
and Maya talks to you. How does Maya do this? How does this happen?
Great question. Now, again, we're not sure if it's all in Bombast's mind, but he understands that he's being communicated through his headphones that he wears, because, of course, whenever he manipulates sound, it hurts his ears. So he tries to keep headphones on some cans that have a noise canceling switch that he'll often turn off or on in order to filter out when he does use his powers. And through those headphones is where, ostensibly through Bluetooth or however, is how this companion is speaking with him.
So then when he takes the headphones off, he can't, like, if he tosses the headphones off his head and across a room, he can't hear Maya anymore?
That would be the case if that actually was the connection, yes. But yeah, so absolutely, he cannot talk to her unless he has those headphones on.
Right, and it may or may not be in his mind.
Right.
Okay. And then is Maya animated at all?
No.
At least in Bombast's mind. So just
sock puppet that he often has in his hand, but he's got a tether tied to his belt so that if he needs to, let go, he can.
okay. All right. So why don't we just sort of start you out waking up in Bangor. If maybe you had been traveling for the night, or maybe just sort of, well, you tell me then. Let's say that Bombast has been traveling all night. He arrives in Bangor. Is he going to just sort of, is he going to go to sleep when the sun comes up, or is he going to go to sleep a few hours before that so he can kind of...
Well, given his endurance, let's take a look. He has typical level endurance to go with that strength. So I would imagine that he would probably exhaust himself prior to the sun coming up. He can't travel all night. And he would find himself a bridge or, maybe a dock to kind of just curl up and sleep underneath.
That works. So maybe we'll say there is a bridge heading into Bangor. I do far too much research on the cities that we run games in. And also I kind of live, like, I don't live near Bangor, but I've been there. So there is a bridge that crosses the Penobscot River. So we could kind of say that, maybe Bombast awakens beneath this bridge. And some of the things that maybe you had seen on the way in were, of course, Bangor's not a huge town or not a huge city, but it is fairly large. It was formerly, in olden times, it was a logging town. And it is known for, of course, Maine is very much known for its rocky shores. So the amount of traffic that you see, at least coming and going in Bangor, is kind of limited, just because of the fact that the shore is so rocky, and the only way they could sort of build docks was to clear all that out. So when you were traveling maybe along the river, you may have seen barges coming and going, and ships coming and going occasionally, but they're fairly small and not really that big at all. But probably more commonly, however, you would have seen an Amtrak train that runs steadily, kind of back and forth between Boston and Maine, and actually up north to places up north, to Bangor, and then up north in Maine. So you would have probably seen that with some frequency and in your travels through the night. A few other oddities that you might have seen were a brand new transit facility that was just sort of installed there in downtown Bangor as you were maybe passing through.
Is this more research?
Yes, this is research. I'm just
excellent.
I've got my teleprompter, Larry.
Got your teleprompter loaded with, if you're visiting Bangor, Maine, and
right.
You're linked to the Chamber of Commerce.
This game is also sponsored by the Maine Travel, Maine Travel Division, and they're paying me every time I mention a landmark in Maine, specifically in Bangor. Like, you'll see little dollar signs like popping up on my window. The other oddity that you're going to see, and probably the oddest thing of all, is there's a large statue of Paul Bunyan, because Bangor was once a logging town. There's a statue of Paul Bunyan, something like, I want to say 30 to 40 feet tall, with his mighty axe there on his shoulder. And Babe is not actually there. Oh, thank you. Steve is telling me I'm the best prepared GM ever. I'm probably the most overly prepared. This is a lecture on Bangor and Maine. But anyway, Paul Bunyan, he's got his trusty axe over his shoulder, and he is this large figure that was made, actually, he was built for Bangor's 125th birthday. And so this is kind of off in view of where this bridge is on the Penobscot River. So as you awaken to Paul Bunyan, a 30 to 40 foot tall statue of Paul Bunyan, way off at the, in Bangor, but kind of there in all of his glorious power and musculature as the sun rises beneath or over the horizon. And what do you think Bombast is going to do at this point?
Maya, what is that? He gets all excited. He jumps up, taking a look off in the distance, and he, on the underside of the bridge, is going to jump up as high as he can, grab the rafters, and kind of lead himself over there with Maya swinging behind him.
Not unlike the sock monkey you're carrying with you. So moving along, Maya pipes in on your headphones, and she tells you that the statue was donated to Bangor on February 12th, 1959. It was Bangor's 125th birthday, and it was built by New York-based builders Messmore and Damon. So it was designed by local artist J. Norman Martin, who was paid only $137 for his efforts, a source of subsequent amusement to him and embarrassment to the city, as the statue became a well-known civic icon. End of data.
Maya, I don't need to know all of that, but what is it? What is it? Why does he have a big axe?
So Maya tells you that, indeed, Bangor is a very famous logging town. And this was one of the ways that its history was commemorated. And while this is happening, you can kind of see the waves crashing beneath you of the Penobscot River. And looking up and down now, it's very early in the morning, but you start to see, we can say it's like a Saturday morning, perhaps. And you start to see people coming out onto the beach, and maybe a few people like settling in with picnics and things like that, and maybe even a vendor or two who are rolling their cart out onto the shores, getting ready to do some business for the rest of the day. Anything else you want to get up to, or?
He's super focused on the statue, but he will kind of pause a little bit when he gets to the end of the bridge, while kind of listening to what Maya has to say. All right, I'll try and hide, but I'm going to the statue. I want to see the statue. So he leaps down and he kind of tries to find some brush or something that he can avoid being immediately spotted. But of course, given his excitement, he's probably not going to do a very good job at it.
Well, it's early enough in the morning that as Bombast, and do we want to say Bombast's real name? Do you want me to call him Bombast, or by what do you prefer?
Well, yeah, Maya would call him Lucas.
Okay.
And so would, of course, his contact, Nurse Becca, would also call him Lucas.
Okay.
Yeah, Bombast is actually, I was hoping to role play how he got his name, but anyway, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I just ruined
That's
it
okay.
for everybody.
You didn't.
We can still keep it going. So Lucas hops down into the sand, and of course he starts like traipsing through, and his feet dig in that way that really is just miserable. Like your feet sink in the sand, and then the sand comes over into the inside and gets into your socks, and then he scrambles up the side, and there's a lot of brush, and he's trying to sort of keep himself hidden as he goes. But the truth is that nobody's, at least at this point anyway, nobody's out looking for him, and he scrambles up and he's onto the roadside, and you've got a relatively clear road to make it down to Paul Bunyan. He's probably like a 10-15 minute walk or something like that if you want to go.
Okay, well, I'll speed that up. Using my amazing strength, I'll kind of take the first leap despite hearing in my headphones, no, stop, don't do that.
So tell us how this works, Larry, because this is actually new to me, and I just want to make sure I do this. So he's going to be making like super jumps?
Well, yeah, I mean, essentially he's got amazing strength, and that, of course, would translate to his legs as well. He just kind of launches himself forward, and he ends up being able to cross. He's not like the Hulk who can jump miles, but maybe 100 feet at a time or whatever, to kind of speed himself up when he's. Is he
making any attempt to stay hidden when he does this?
Not.
I mean, is that why Maya is warning him?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Because of course he's going to draw attention to himself if he starts leaping through the air.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm not even going to make you roll for it because, to be honest, I mean, if you're alone, if there's no one around you, I mean, you're going to make some sort of a successful leap, whether it's 80 feet or 100 feet or 120 or whatever. That's kind of like up to you. But you start leaping forward. But as you do so, you move past a couple places. So you start going down what's called Railroad Street. And Railroad Street is actually a part close to the shores of Bangor, where essentially it's the waterfront, right? And this is where some of those barges that I was talking about kind of come in, and they park at the docks, and then they unload onto railroad cars, and they leave their cargo there, and then, or I should say, they plant their cargo on the cargo cars. You're leaping through that, but at the same time there's also a concert venue which is on your left, which is now abandoned. Or not abandoned, that's the wrong thing to say. It's empty at whatever time it is, 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning. But as you leap past it, what you see is that later on tonight there is actually going to be a concert at whatever convenient time fits into the game. There's going to be a concert featuring a group called the Rock Bottom Remainders, who are doing a charity concert later on tonight. And there's a slogan underneath it that says, "We play music the way Metallica writes novels." If that makes any sense.
It doesn't to Lucas, but
but at any rate, as you're leaping there, you start to get the feeling though that, well, why don't we do this? Let's make our first roll of the night. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put the rules for Phase Rip up on the screen so our viewers can see what we're doing. So Phase Rip actually stands for fighting, agility, strength, endurance, reason, intuition, and psyche. So those are essentially the attributes that you would use. We all use, like in D&D, or if we're playing Cypher System or whatever, except they're just called phase rip. And in order to make basic feat rolls in phase rip, you essentially try to determine whether or not the character is using an ability, a power, or maybe a talent, okay? And then once you do that, you try to figure out the rank of the talent, ability, or power. Now, the rank is those sorts of things that you're used to seeing on the tops of Marvel superheroes titles, like Amazing Spider-Man, Incredible Hulk, Uncanny X-Men, except I don't think Uncanny is actually a rank, but it might very well be. It could be. Once that happens, that rank, you roll a percentile dice, and the percentile dice kind of places you on either a red, yellow, green, or white area of what's called the universal table. So I'm putting the universal table up right now. If that frightens you to look at, don't worry. I'm frightened too, but it's actually quite simple. The idea here is that those vertical columns are your ranks, and then the white, green, yellow, and red rows, those are whether or not you completely don't succeed, which would be red, or you succeed like with, you know, amazing with amazing agility or fantastic prowess, if it happens to be green. So those are the basics of the phase rip system. And now that I've explained it once, I luckily don't have to do this again. So what I'm going to ask Larry to do is, what do you think this is, Larry? If you're looking at phase rip, let's do a test, Larry. Do you know what I'm going to ask you to make? What sort of a roll?
I don't know what portion of what I'm doing you're going to be testing. So no, I'm not sure.
Oh, that's right. I should have explained that. So let's just see whether or not you can recognize that there are people walking around that may very well see you. So
okay.
I'm thinking reason.
Or intuition.
Or intuition. Yeah, either one. Whichever one's higher. Go ahead.
Definitely the intuition is higher. Reason is poor. Intuition is incredible.
Okay. Well, go ahead for intuition. So I'm going to find the incredible column, and then I'm going to take a look at what your roll is, and I'm going to cross-reference that. White, green, yellow, or red.
I will roll. And I have rolled a 68.
A 68. So on the incredible scale, that is in the yellow. And so that is a bare, I'll call that a bare success. If it were in the red, that would be something a little bit different. But at any rate, as you're leaping, you do see that there are some people around you, maybe a child farther off, that kind of points and says something to her mom or dad about some character leaping from spot to spot. So this kind of gets through to you on a certain level. It's now up to you whether or not, I mean, you want to stop or you want to continue.
Definitely stop. All right, Maya. All right. I know. I'm sorry, but okay. All right. So I get down and kind of turn my head side to side and just kind of walk then the rest of the way.
You're reduced to walking. You can't use those powers, at least that one at this point. So you continue to walk into Bangor toward the Paul Bunyan statue. And it's not actually on Railroad Street. It's a little bit off a ways. And so you have to kind of twist and turn a little bit until you ultimately come to this large clearing. It's almost like a park in front of a big building that looks like kind of a city hall-ish kind of looking building. And there he stands in all of his Paul Bunyan-esque glory. The lumberjack in a pair of blue jeans and a checkered red and black lumberjack shirt. And he's got his enormous axe with his muscular arms slung over his shoulder, and he just looks absolutely glorious in the morning in the morning sun.
Is there a little plaque?
Larry, don't make my research look bad. There's probably a plaque.
Would there be a plaque?
Yes, there would definitely be a plaque that commemorates Banger's and Paul Bunyan's birthday.
Paul Bunyan.
Yes.
Who is Paul Bunyan? I asked Maya to give me the lowdown on who Paul Bunyan is.
So without going into a long diatribe as I went into before, Maya basically gives you the gist of it and said that he was a great lumberjack from American mythology that was known for his incredible ability to cut down trees and his remarkable speed. He had a companion, Babe the Blue Ox, that often traveled with him. And when Maya says this, she sort of laughs, not unlike I travel with you.
So you're my babe, the Blue Ox.
Well, not quite, she says.
I bet you if I got an axe like that, I could do it faster and better than he did.
She actually hesitates for a moment, and you kind of recognize the clicking sounds of electronics in your earphones as Maya, and this is sort of a sign that Maya's kind of thinking, like she's going to say something, and then she doesn't. She says, well, I'll bet actually you probably could, given an axe and enough time.
You think I should? I mean, would they make a statue out of me?
Well,
do I want a statue out of me?
We'll have to see. Maybe when you reach 125 years old, they will. But for now,
He's
probably
that
not.
old?
He's older than that. The statue was commemorated and christened on his 125th birthday. And that was something like 50, 60 years ago. So as you continue... Oh.
No, I was just going to say, I'm doing one last stare and then going, okay, I'm hungry. Let's go find something to eat, Maya.
So Maya shrugs and she says, well, the hot dog vendors were setting up back on the beach, but if you want to go into town... And at this point, I'm going to have to ask Lucas, the character, what do you think, Lucas? How hidden are you trying to keep yourself? Are you worried? You've just sort of walked out into public. You're staring up at a Paul Bunyan statue in the middle of Bangor. And let me ask you this, too, Larry. This is just out of character. How close is this facility? Is it next town over? Is it in Bangor? Is it... What do you think?
I'm thinking it would be on the outskirts. Given what its mission I'm imagining it is, it probably would not be in a population center. It would be some sort of remote. Right. So I'd say 40 or 50 miles maybe north of Bangor.
That might be actually really kind of, it's a super wooded area in there, so they could have like the resources of Bangor, and yet they would still maintain their privacy up there. And another thing that I'll ask you if we can kind of say this, but could we say that maybe they were there because Bangor's there, and maybe a lot of the people that work there often come into Bangor just for stuff, like for, I don't know, meetings, or maybe some of them live in the area or something. I mean, I don't know.
That's an excellent point. So yeah, I mean, he isn't worried about hiding unless Maya tells him to worry about hiding. Let's put it that way. Okay. So he is willing to be bombastic at times, but Maya, of course, does not wish him to be. Okay.
So with that, then, are you going to look in this area, or are you going to try and head back to the beach and get closer to the edge of town, or?
Yeah, I mean, based on me looking around, is it going to be too long to get to the other side of Bangor?
It'll take a while. So basically, you've probably walked no more than a couple miles. You've gone from the Penobscot River to. I wish I could throw up a map. You people don't know how much research I do. So
there we go, Steve. He's not prepared enough.
Yeah, I know, right? Well, I don't know. The map is copyrighted. I'm worried like YouTube will ban me if I put it up. But
Rand McNally will come after you with their attorneys.
They will. You know how they are with their IP.
I do.
So with that, you've only gone a couple miles into Bangor, and as a matter of fact, what you hear are the roar of airplanes as they come in for landings at Bangor's International Airport. Now, there's only a couple of them, but the domestic flights are kind of starting up, and people are starting their commutes to Boston and things like that. So it is getting a little bit busier as, maybe now it's 7 a.m.
Well, given the noise and given the fact that it wouldn't be a heavy population center, Maya would probably suggest to him to kind of use the airport as part of his, way to hide. So he'll turn on the noise canceling and at Maya's suggestion, start heading that direction.
Okay, so heading towards the airport, it's actually quite close by. And for an international airport, this is actually quite small. It's not really that large of a facility. But the closer you get, the busier it gets. And in a weird sort of way, you are kind of hiding because there's such a hustle and bustle as people are coming and going. People on the night shift are getting off work. People on the day shift are coming on to work. People are punching, time cards, and, there are ramp workers that are heading onto the tarmac, and other people that are checking in to get into the aircraft maintenance hangars. So things are getting busier, and you find like a little cheapo strip of strip mall kind of restaurants and diners that are kind of set up. And as you get closer to them, you find one that maybe sort of suits you, if that's the sort of place you're looking for.
Absolutely.
And,
go ahead.
And as you approach it, you hear what might be a scuffle going on, but you're not really sure. And so between each one of these restaurants or these diners, there are like some very kind of thin alleyways, and you think you hear like a scuffle down one of them.
Okay. I'll go ahead and kind of peek my head around down the alleyway and kind of look at what's going on.
So moving around to the side where you hear the scuffle coming from, you peek down and you recognize a sight that sort of essentially haunts your nightmares. It looks like at first it's a little hard to make out, but it looks like two rather large fellows. Large. Now, can you describe how big you are, Lucas?
Oh, yeah. Bombast physically is about 6'6". He, muscular-wise, he kind of favors one side. His left is not quite as developed as his right side of his body. He has missing hair on the left with a large scar from when he was a child. So, I mean, he's, I don't know, I guess Frankenstein-esque to some other people that would wander upon him based on the traditional definition of the monster, not the Boris Karloff, of course.
Yeah.
He has a large wool scarf that covers his neck. He's got Sonic the Hedgehog t-shirt, red Carhartt Carpenter pants, size 18 Nike Air Jordans. He is big, he's imposing, but of course, relatively gentle for the most part.
So looking around the corner down into one of these alleyways, what you see are two large teenagers. And now to you, they're quite small. But perhaps to the average teen, they're pretty big. A thicker set one, and then maybe a slightly more muscular kind of sportsman-like fellow. And they are clearly moving in on a smaller, wiry-looking fellow who is maybe a teenager by 3 or 4 days if he's a teen, but he looks awfully young. And the kid looks terrified while the two larger individuals press in on him until one of the individuals rushes forward, grabs him, lifts him up, and then tosses him across the alley, and he skids on his backside, crashes into some garbage cans, knocks them over, and then the lids fall in on him, and the two who are now, I think it's safe to say, bullies, just break into laughter and then move forward and start trying to intimidate and frighten the young boy. They don't appear to have noticed you.
I say that out loud. You shouldn't bully. And Maya's, of course, talking in his ear right now to not get involved. So he takes his headphones and puts them down around his neck.
And as you pull them down around your neck, you can hear like the little tinny sound of Maya trying to contact you, but maybe unable to contact you. And again, whether or not that's in your mind or whether or not it's real, we don't really know. They don't appear to hear you, and then they move in and they both grab the kid, and they grab him by the feet, and then they grab him by the shoulders, and they toss him one more time down the alley, and he goes tumbling. And you can kind of see that they are just they're like a cat playing with a mouse at this point.
All right, I'll step into the alley and move that way. Nurse Becca would be very mad at you. You shouldn't bully.
That does actually get their attention. And just as the larger one is about to bring his hands down on the tiny individual that's getting bullied, he stops. And the one that looks like he's kind of muscular, like a sportsman, turns, and you recognize the face. Now, you don't literally recognize the face, but this is the face of bullies immemorial. This is the face of bullies you've seen in movies and in television, and you've seen in real life. This is probably a 16, 17-year-old kid, maybe older. You're not really sure, but he looks no good. He looks like he's got his eyes and his sights set on you right now. And he puts a hand on the big, thick one next to him, who just drops the skinny, agile little kid. And the two of them turn, and they start to sort of stalk toward you. And they're not intimidated by your size, apparently.
If you keep bullying, you can end up, things could be bad. So you don't bully. Leave him alone.
Behind them, they continue to walk forward, and behind them you see the little guy, the little fellow, as he gets up. And again, he looks like he's 2 or 3 days into his teens, into 13. And he gets up, and he looks like, for a moment, he's got this kind of smile on his face, like, and you sort of interpret this as, oh, this is going to be good. I'm glad somebody came to help me out. And the two approach you and begin to flank. And the one that looks like the sportsman just kind of sizes you up. And they sort of defy your expectations, because the thicker set looking one and the one that maybe has got like a low brow and doesn't look like he's very intelligent is the one that actually comes out and speaks. And he says, well, looks like we've got another little mouse to play with, eh? And he turns and looks at Peter.
No one ever called me a mouse before. That's funny.
They look at each other as if they can't quite tell if you're joking, and then they just shake their heads, and they begin to flank you, and now they're moving to either side. So at this time, I'm going to ask you to roll for initiative.
So that's just a D10 in this game, if I remember correctly. Right?
Yeah, I think you're right. We'll call it that for now. I'm not even going to check.
Good.
I actually thought it was a D100, but I'm fine with that. Either way, it's going to work.
Well, I don't want to get a text at 2 o'clock in the morning. I got 2.
What are you talking about? No, Larry. There are thousands of people watching right now that may call us on this. Actually, I think there are probably 2 people watching, and one of them is you. I'm guessing. But anyway, what did you get again? I'm sorry?
2.
2. That's wonderful, because actually I rolled a 1. So it looks like you've got the, and just to let everybody at home know, when you roll for initiative in Marvel Superheroes, it kind of works the same way that Cypher System works. You roll once for bad guys, all the good guys roll, And and then you calculate basically whoever got the higher one, and it's either good guys go first or bad guys go first. So good guys go first. So go right ahead. What's your first move?
I don't want to hurt you. Why are you picking on me? Essentially, he would not be the offender. So I'm just taking a defensive posture, himself. I guess. Yeah, okay. Just kind of like hold my arms together, expecting, an attack.
Okay, and so they are not going to hold themselves back, and they're just going to make a very simple attack at you. So what I'm looking at right now is, so as far as combat goes, let me just pop this up onto the screen. So phase rip combat is pretty easy, it's pretty simple. There's either slugfest, which is what this is about to be, or ranged. And so slugfest is just simply fists against fists. And then ranged is, of course, ranged weapons and whatnot. So essentially, what we're going to do is we're going to roll for the character's rank, and then they're either going to miss, hit, or they're going to perhaps slam or stun. So those are pretty much the only 4 settings, if you will, that Marvel Superheroes has for. So let me see here what they are going to get when I roll. So they end up hitting you, and they hit for, it looks like 15 points of damage.
Both of them combined was 15?
Just one. Just one.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No
just
worries.
Just one. When I say they, I mean the, what is that? The papal they, the holy they.
Exactly.
And then the second one is actually going to take a swing at you as well. Unless, I know you held out for this, so I will allow you to like defend or grapple or something like that if you just speak up.
Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start generating some sounds. So next round I can use the sound touch, the energy touch.
All right, got it. So
I wince because, of course, I've got my headphones off and it's starting to get a little bit loud.
So the second one takes a swing at you, and it's actually a miss. So both of them, the first one did 15, the second one did nothing. So now we kind of come to the next round.
Next round.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Roll initiative again?
Mm-mm.
Oh, you're just going to keep it
same? Yeah, it's fine. Let's just keep going.
Okay. All right. So I'm generating my sound, and I said, it's not nice. I just reach out to touch both of them and grab a hold. And essentially, I have to make a blunt attack, or actually, I guess it would be a grappling attack.
Yeah, you can call it what you want. Either one makes sense. I get them. I see how they could both be.
Grappling or grabbing would be easier for Jacob, for sure. So I'll go ahead and use that. I'm going to do a grabbing attack on both of them.
So do me this favor, though, and make 2 rolls.
Okay.
Make 2 rolls. Make 1 for each person, right? Because really you're supposed to be making 1 attack, but I'll let you kind of split it.
Well,
because you're
it says... Yeah, it says in this description, though, that it can affect multiple opponents.
Boom. No problem. Go ahead. 1 roll.
Okay. All right. So here goes rolling. And I got a 12.
I don't even have to ask you what that
even
means.
With amazing strength, is still in the white. So I kind of miss.
So with that, you reach out, and unfortunately, maybe because the 2 of them are just moving a little bit too quick, or a little bit like they just missed the 2 of them. But that's okay, because they are ready and there to swing at you. The first swing is actually a miss, and the second swing is a hit, and that one this time is for 16 points.
Wow.
Damage.
These guys are big.
Well.
All right. What's up? You said I'm in an alley, so what's up?
Looking up, there are fire escapes, windows. There's actually, incongruously, there are several clotheslines. And maybe somebody, there's one fire escape that's covered in potted plants.
Oh, that's the one, of course, I'm going to grab. That's what I'm going to do this round. Instead of staying with them flanking me, because I'm taking some damage, I'm going to jump up, grab onto one of the fire escapes with one hand, and then use that sonic energy I built up and manipulate it as a distance weapon on one of them.
Okay, so do me a favor.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, go ahead and make your roll for your attack.
And this time, 33. Dice are not being friendly. This is an energy attack, so it would be agility. Does that sound right?
Energy attack. Well, it should be, yes, it's agility. You're right.
Okay.
Yes.
So agility is excellent. And I got a 33, and that is still in the white.
Still in the white. So you launch. Tell us what it looks like as it misses. So you jump up onto a fire escape, right? And you're firing down. What does it look like when it misses?
It doesn't really look like much because it is just, of course, a wall of sound that's being thrust. It gives this kind of high-pitched screech as it zooms past the guy's ear, and then you can see it kick up some dust in the alley right behind, and perhaps knock a bottle down to the other side of the alley.
I like it. So the bottle shatters and explodes, giving us an idea of what might have happened, but unfortunately did not because you have missed. And as you leap up onto the fire escape above, they come at you, and they're actually just trying to grab you at this point. So grabbing is a strength check. And the first one anyway, grabs at you and misses you. Maybe you kick your feet all around up into the air and they're unable to get at you. As the second one comes at you, trying to do the same thing. And that one manages. I'm going to say it is the one that you heard called Peter. Peter, who is the more sportsman-like looking one that has actually been silent to this point, manages to grab onto your feet and hold on to you at this point. So it's back to your turn.
All right. What I'm going to do is I'm going to attempt to use my strength to end up grappling him. And how that's going to look is I'm going to kind of pull my foot up to give enough force for him to kind of be shot up toward me, and then I'll just reach out and grab him.
Okay. So go ahead and make your roll for that.
Good luck.
And I'm actually going to... we'll keep it a flat grab.
This time it's a 78.
All
so
right.
Would this be under the escaping clause? That's normally escaping a grapple.
Yeah, let's call it that.
Okay, so let's take a look under the amazing for 78, and that is a yellow.
Okay, so with a 78 for escaping, you do manage to escape. And so with that, you kind of kick off on the other fellow's like forehead, and you knock him back, and he's actually, I'm going to say you knock him back and flat on his ass, so he's not going to be able to attack now that the other one comes up at you. Now, this is the slower, lowbrow looking one, not the one named Peter, that comes toward you, and he leaps and tries to grab at your feet. He's grabbing, and at this point, though, he misses, and you're still scrambling in the air. And with that, It's your turn one more time because Peter is knocked flat on his butt.
Is the other kid the victim? Is he gone?
He is looking at up and down the alley. Go ahead.
If it's a reason roll, good luck. There's no way I'm going to make it.
Not reason. See, I keep thinking that there's some sort of a check for. I'm thinking of pattern. This is going to sound weird. Do me a favor and make a psyche roll.
Oh.
I know that sounds weird.
Let's see. Psyche is actually incredible. He's too dumb to be dominated, I guess. And 31 is barely a green.
You have this image in your mind that he's down the alley cowering behind a large dumpster.
Okay.
It's just a flash of intuition.
Okay. Well, hanging on the fire escape, what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of bring my feet up so that I can launch off the fire escape, and I'm going to be pushing myself in the direction of that dumpster.
Okay.
Tired of fighting these guys. I'm just going to see if I can help get the other guy.
So is this going to be one of your 100-foot jumps? Or is this a more traditional kind of just jumping off the...
I can't use all of my strength because of the close quarters, absolutely. So this will be kind of something a little bit more restrained.
So then just make me a straight agility check.
Okay. All right. A 4. 4 on a D100. I rolled a D6 by accident. I'm sorry. Let me roll that again.
Oh,
No.
I see. You rolled a D4, you mean, and you got a 4,
Yeah,
which would
there we
translate
go.
to like 100 on a D100.
100. You're right.
Right? Yeah, that was what it
Yeah.
was.
Let's
I'm
put
so
it this
sorry.
way. Bombast does not have a lot of experience
You
yet.
launch yourself off of the fire escape. And the trouble with this, however, is that you're so used to using your powers whenever you really launch yourself. You maybe haven't quite developed the regular muscles, the regular flex tissues, or whatever the heck they're called.
Got it.
As you jump. And you do leave the fire escape, and you do move through the air. However, you tumble to the ground and take a roll a few times, landing and knocking over more garbage cans. And at this point, a head peeks out from the alleyway, and it looks like a cook is just looking. What are you kids doing back there? What's all the noise? Oh my! Get out of here, you stupid kids! And you realize he's actually shaking a meat cleaver in your direction. He's covered in his apron's covered in blood, as if he'd been. And he's, what are you crazy kids? Get out of this alley! Oh my God! I ought to come after you. I ought to crack your skulls with this thing.
I look to the bullies. What are they doing?
The bullies kind of take a quick look, and they sort of snicker for a moment, and one of them picks up a rock off the ground and just whips it real fast at the cook. Mm-hmm. And the cook just like has to duck out of the way, and he swings his cleaver, but in a movie, he would hit it and deflect it or something, but he actually... This ain't a movie, folks. This is real. This is real role-playing. And he ends up getting smacked, like, in the cheek. And then they run off laughing. So now at this point, we can kind of say you're out of combat, unless you want to count the chef and his meat cleaver. But he's down on the ground. He's kind of trying to get himself up. And
Are you okay?
you stupid kid! Of course I'm not okay. And he spits on the ground. And there's blood coming out of his mouth. And he's like, I bit my goddamn tongue. Ah.
Nurse Becca would make you gargle with salt water. Gargle with the salt water. That'll help it.
Did you fill out your contact form, Larry? Because Nurse Becca should have a level as far as a contact goes. And
oh, no, I did not.
Well,
I just put her down as my contact.
Why don't we just roll real quick for that?
Right.
Take a look at your contacts, and you'll find it on page... Oh, my goodness. Let me find the page number. When you make your contacts, you make them at a certain level. And so what I kind of want to do here, and now I'm kind of revealing it because we are talking about it, but what I want to do is I want to find out what level your contact is at so that we can see whether or not this chef knows them.
Good call. I didn't even think of that. Let's see.
Well, let's just say this. I'm going to say he stops for a moment. Who did you just say? What did you just say?
Nurse Becca. Nurse Becca, she helped. She's a friend. She would say gargle with salt water.
He leans in then, and he reaches out, and unless you're going to stop him, he puts his hand firmly on your shoulder.
I was going to back away, but...
So he doesn't. He just raises his hand then.
Okay.
Son, do you know Rebecca Walden?
I just nod. I put my headphones back on to make sure that Maya doesn't have anything to say about this.
So Maya, I don't know. What is Maya going to say about this? How does she feel about you talking to strangers?
It would be it would anger her, absolutely. This is, I shouldn't be talking to strangers. I shouldn't be mentioning names. I shouldn't be doing any of this because it's obvious that this guy knows her. So, I know, I say out loud.
So, are you going to like back away and get out of there, or are you going to stick around?
I don't know. Did it seem to me that he was mainly out of kindness?
Make an intuition roll.
All right. Uh, 77. Let's see. Intuition.
What's your intuition rank?
My intuition rank is incredible. So yeah, that gut feeling has me in the yellow.
Yeah, I would say that that's you have a good feeling. He's a kind fellow. He's not trying to trick you or anything like that. He's more concerned at this point.
Do you know Nurse Becca?
He looks up and down the alley, and he closes the door behind him. I do know Nurse Becca. Are you from Higher Health?
Very reluctantly nod.
You got a place to stay tonight, son?
Under the bridge.
All right. I'll tell you what. You stay there tonight. You stay out of sight. And I'll come by and I'll bring you some food and some other supplies. All right?
Okay.
Is this fella over here your friend? He points to the squirrely looking kid that is now kind of
He
emerging from
he
behind the
was
dumpster.
he was being picked on by those other boys, and I didn't like them bullying him.
So the chef he just nods. What time? What time are you going to be there? You be there. Well, you know what? Tell you what. You try to get back there by about the time of the concert tonight, just so you can kind of stay out of sight. Be back there before, because there are going to be a lot of people around, and I don't know. It's either really easy to hide, or really easy to be looking for people. I don't know which it is, but you try and be back there before the concert, or you try to be out of here by then.
I was looking for food. Do you have food? I could give you money, and I pull out the card that Maya secured.
He holds his hand out, and he just ducks back into the kitchen for a moment, and he comes back out, and he's got a styrofoam container just loaded up with like a couple hamburgers and French fries and sandwich and things like that.
Thank you. I'm Lucas.
I think it's better if maybe I don't know who you are, and maybe you don't know who I am. But if you're around tonight and I see you at the concert, then, or if I see you under the bridge, I'll bring you some food. But do like I said, and see if you can get out of here by then. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. And with that, he closes up the door and disappears. And
what was that about, Maya? I don't understand. How could he know Nurse Pekka?
So Maya just says that she isn't really quite sure, but she's suspicious and would tell you that you should be very cautious around people.
I know, but he seemed nice. He had kind wrinkles on his face.
Maybe so, but well, we need to be careful, she says. And so with that, you've got the squirrely kid that's sort of standing there next to you.
Are you okay?
He's brushing himself off, and he.
You want one of these hamburgers?
Oh, and he grabs that real quick, and he just starts munching on it. I'm Edward Sheen, and he's eating it. I had those guys right where I wanted them, so if I were you, I just wouldn't have come in here and helped me out. Like, I guess you're a little slow there. You couldn't see that, huh?
They were throwing you all over the place, though. I didn't like seeing you get thrown like that.
Oh, no, they weren't throwing me. What are you talking about?
Oh. I saw it. I must not have saw it right.
Probably not. Probably not. Sometimes people don't see things right when they're around me, but I can tell you I wasn't getting thrown around. But anyway, I appreciate you thinking you were helping me and coming to try and help me. That's very nice of you.
I don't know if I helped very much, though. I was afraid of hurting them.
I wouldn't be worried about that. I mean, so what? If you hurt them, they probably deserved it. I mean, really. What a couple of dummies, huh?
Yeah. I understand. Yeah, they're real dumb.
So, are you really from Higher Health? You from that facility up on the outside, up on the edge of Bangor?
Maya doesn't want me talking about that. I can't talk about that right now.
All right. Well, you got to be careful. You got to be careful. But if you stick around with me, I think you'll be just fine, huh?
Okay. Well, what do you mean stick around with you? What are we going to do? I was going to Boston.
Oh, Boston, huh? Well, you know what I was thinking? I was thinking that there's a big concert tonight, and I thought it might be kind of cool if maybe we went to that concert and there's a lot of money we can make there. I mean, you don't look like a fellow with a lot of money. I don't have a lot of money.
The concert, that's people playing the instruments and trying to sing. Last concert I went to, I made it so that when the guy sang, it sounded like a donkey every time he sang in the microphone.
What? So what did you do? You adjusted the microphone or something? What did you do?
Oh no. I sound and I like each other. I can kind of manipulate it a little bit.
Oh, is that what you did earlier when you kind of like launched that sound like that? That was pretty cool.
Maya.
Wait a minute, you are from that facility, right? Because they do a lot of testing.
Maya just told me I got to stop talking. I'm sorry.
Who's Maya?
My friend. I show the sock monkey.
Huh.
She's smarter than I am.
I don't know. That sock monkey looks pretty smart, to be honest. So maybe you should listen to that sock monkey.
I nod.
Well, anyway, here's my idea. I think that you and I can make some money at the fair tonight. And I don't know about you, but I think we could, make a little bit of money.
Do you need money?
Well, sure. I'm a traveler like you. I mean, I can kind of tell just by looking at you. You're a traveler. I'm a traveler. Travelers need money.
I don't really worry about money. I've got money, and I show the card.
He takes a look at that. What do you mean by the card? What is that card?
Works whenever I need money. Maya got it for me. It came in an envelope at the I can't talk about the facility. It came in an envelope at the place where we were, and it just always works.
Can I see that?
Maya says that it's not a good idea.
Okay, that's fine. Like I said, I think Maya's pretty smart. She's probably right. But yeah, that's smart. You shouldn't be handing that around. It just sounds sort of like it's some sort of debit card that's just got tons of money on it or something. I don't know. But
well, I don't know. All I know is if I want something, I just hand the card to the person and they give me a cheeseburger, and then I get that back and I have my cheeseburger.
Right. Well, all right.
It's different than at the I can't talk about the facility.
That's totally fine. I'm kind of starting to get that idea. But I think nobody around here will talk about that facility. It doesn't matter. Like, I heard what that guy was saying to you, the chef. I don't know his name, but I heard what he said, and
he wouldn't tell me his name. That was strange.
Yeah.
He said that we shouldn't tell names.
Yeah.
So you're Eddie, though.
There's
you're
a lot
Eddie,
of.
Right?
I am Eddie. My name is Eddie Sheen. And what was your name again?
My name is Lucas.
Ah, Lucas. Okay, nice to meet you. But I'll tell you something. Kids have to be careful around here. Mm-hmm. Kids disappear, and I think it has something to do with that facility. I know you can't talk about it, but the truth is, I think they're like experimenting on kids, and I think they're giving them abilities. Or they're bringing out abilities. I don't know what it is. It's one or the other.
Yes, Maya. I don't know. I don't know what happens at the facility.
That's okay. That's totally
It was
fine.
just a place that I lived.
Yeah.
And Nurse Becca took care of me. And I can't say anymore.
Nurse Becca, huh? There's something really familiar about you. I swear, like I've seen you before. Can you stay here for a minute?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He runs off down the alley, and he leaves you for a while. And he's gone for a few minutes, so it's up to you now. Do you want to stick around and see if he comes back, or wait for him?
Well, that's the thing.
I'm
kind of sitting here, and I'm like, he's been gone for a little bit. Maya is
like 5
you don't
minutes.
You don't think he's bringing people back from the facility? I mean, you don't want me to go back to the facility, do you? That's essentially it. I just have the conversation for the 5 minutes that he's gone.
Okay. And then he does, by the time, maybe by the time you start really trying to decide, he is back, and he's got a newspaper under his arm. And he holds the newspaper out to you, and he shows you. It's the Bangor Daily News, and which is the local paper, obviously, and it's got some headlines in it. The big headline is a group called the Rise of the Humans.
Turning to the comics.
No, he takes it back. Oh my God. So he takes it back. There are no comics, actually. Bangor Daily News is too cheap for that. So at any rate, I did my research. So, and besides, there aren't many comics in newspapers these days anyway.
I know.
But at any rate, the headline is Rise of the Humans, a group that was driving down one of the interstates in Massachusetts that was heading north. And it turns out that the police stopped them because they were trying to get gas and they'd run out. And this group was actually found to be a group of armed citizens who were concerned about superhumans. And this Rise of the Humans group is actually an anti-superheroes group that thinks that superheroes have taken over far too much of New England. So just to remind those of you at home that are watching, New England is a nation now because of the Second American Civil War, with the capital being Boston. So most of the government officials that they have in New England are all predominantly superheroes. And so this Rise of the Humans group is kind of a resistance group that exists on this sort of legal border. They haven't really partaken in any sort of actions against the government, but they are there just in case it ever needs doing. So that's one of the headlines there. But the one that he flips to is the one at the bottom of the page under the fold. And the one under the fold is that the police, the Bangor Police Department, are searching for a missing child. 6'6", tall, big, long brown hair, top heavy, leans to the right. Left side's got some scarring and a patchwork of hair. It's probably described as wearing headphones and a Sonic the Hedgehog t-shirt. The name...
Hey, Wade.
The name is not Lucas, but it says Jonathan Edward Murphy. And he's described as being confused and extremely dangerous, and he's gone missing, and his parents are looking for him. Is that you? Because that doesn't say Lucas. He hands it to you to look at. Mm-hmm. And it looks like a photograph of you, and as a matter of fact, without even rolling, it's a photograph of you like in your childhood. We can sort of decide here. When did you go to the facility? Like, I know you were really young, right? Because your parents passed away.
5 or 6. In other words, I have relatively little memory of my parents prior.
Okay. So would it be possible to say that there's a photograph of you at 5 or 6 before you left with your parents? But either way, there's also a photograph of you sitting in what you recognize as the facility's cafeteria with a few other kids laughing and sort of having a goofy time. Now, if you really inspect this photograph, you would actually see that it's sort of angled and taken and maybe chosen so as to make it look like you're totally comfortable. You're not in some cold clinical facility somewhere.
Mm-hmm. It does. I mean, I take a look at that picture and I start to feel nostalgic and kind of feel the pull to go back.
Yeah,
Maya, yeah. And I start talking to Maya. There's Sue and there's Frank. I miss it. And Maya, of course, starts talking to me about that I needed to leave, that I have to leave, that there, for varying reasons we have to head south. Yeah, I hand the paper back, not really being careful with it, just kind of throw it and say,
and
yeah,
it kind of tumbles into a few pieces and it reassembles it.
Someone that looks like me, I guess. I don't know.
And so are you looking through, so you're not obviously looking at the rest of the paper, that's about it?
No, I'm at the point right now where I'm, conflicted on whether I'm going back or staying on the run and that sort of stuff. And he can really only process one thing at a time.
Okay, so Eddie takes the paper back and he kind of reassembles it, folds it up, and then just like stuffs it in his backpack. And then he says, "Well, apparently people are looking for you, and it says here that your parents are looking for you as well. And if there's any information, we should contact Bangor Police." So I don't know what you want to do about that, but from what I see in this article, the whole police department is looking for you.
Which means I need to go south. I need to leave town then.
You're going.
I want to go back, but I can't go back.
You want to go back to that institute place, right? The higher.
It was
higher
easier.
Place?
It was easier. I didn't have to worry about anything. I didn't have to worry about bullies. I didn't have to worry about food.
Nobody ever said that living on the streets was easy. I've been doing it. Look at me. I've been doing it for 3 years. He smiles.
That's real young.
Yeah, it would be. Because I'll say that
No, it's fine.
He looks like, he probably looks a little bit younger than he really is. But I think I mentioned that he looked like he was a few days over 13.
Right.
But honestly, now that you're kind of talking to him, he probably actually looks like he's closer to 14. He could be 14.
Does he look familiar? Does he look like he might have been an escapee, a fellow escapee?
Why don't you go ahead and make an intuition roll?
All right. Rolling. 27.
Which...
Nowhere near. No, still
it's not a success. Okay, so in other words, you don't remember or you don't recall anything. Not ever seeing him or hearing of him or knowing his name or anything like that. He's just some kid that probably lives on the street and pretends to be a little bit tougher maybe than he really is. And that's probably it as far as, as far as who he is goes to you. So he shrugs. All right, well,
Are you going to turn me in?
No, why would I turn you in? You know how many people are probably looking for me? I've never been in the paper like this before, but if you're gonna do your thing, do your thing. I'm totally fine with that. It's up to you.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Okay.
I hope you make money at the concert.
Well, thanks. I'll probably see. Are you gonna go? That guy said to either get out of town or I heard what he was saying. Either get out of town or or just be under the bridge before the concert.
Maya says we have to avoid the police. So I'm thinking I have to go out of town.
Okay. Well, if I don't see you, good luck to you. He holds out his hand and.
Nice meeting you, Eddie.
All right. Use it, but don't abuse it. And with that, he heads, or you head out. I don't know. Did you want to head someplace, or do you want him to go someplace?
I am. I'm essentially going to be heading south, and I'm going to rely upon Maya's connection to map software or whatever to find the path of least resistance, the least populated path to get out of town.
Okay. So heading, let me see here, checking the maps of New England, Bangor, right, and the tri-state area. It looks like probably the best way out is to head back to the Penobscot River, and there is you could either, I don't know what you're thinking, but there's a highway to follow, and maybe, Lucas might be the sort of guy that wants to just follow the easiest kind of route, but still. And thinking about it, you did have to cross a highway to get kind of into Bangor proper. And you sort of recall that if you headed back past the airport, past Paul Bunyan, if you kept going straight at Paul Bunyan, then you would head back along the railroad street. You would sort of make it back.
That sounds good, because got to the airport with, not running into anything. Then logically, I should be able to go back without hitting anything, right?
Of course. Why would you? Why would logic work in any other way? It's like the universe is going forward, and then it's certainly you hit the big crunch, and then it starts to go backward again, and we relive.
Allows you to go backward with no problem.
Yes.
Got it.
Right. So, are you just heading straight, kind of along the same path that you went?
Yes, I would follow the same exact path, because I'm talking like I'll look for my footprints.
Yeah.
Step in them.
Yeah.
Because it worked to get there, it'll work to get back.
Yeah, and so doing that, you start to make your way back along the road, back toward where you had originally come from, and you start heading in the direction of Paul Bunyan. And as you do so, you pass a few places now that stand out as a little bit more obvious to you, things that maybe you didn't see at first. Now I'm assuming, is it safe to say that you're looking more for like police officers and things like that, or you're working for like federal agents or...
Well, I wouldn't know what federal agents look like, but yeah,
right.
Anyone in uniform I would be
someone
looking
like
for
that
to kind of hide from. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So as you're passing by, you do start to go a few blocks, and sure enough, there's a police car parked a block or so up, and it's just sitting there parked, and there's an officer leaning against it, and then another one in his vehicle, and it looks like they're sort of parked and maybe on a break because they're enjoying a coffee and chatting with one of maybe the barber or whatever, and they're just talking.
How tall is the building behind them?
The building behind them, I'll say it's a couple stories.
2-3 stories?
Yeah, we could say 3.
Okay.
Sure.
All right. How about the building that's closest to me?
The building that's closest to you, we'll say a couple stories.
Okay. I'm going to go around the corner, and I'm going to try and jump and scale up to the top of the building that I'm closest to, and then kind of peer down on the police officers.
Oh, and you're going to watch them.
Well, watch them, and maybe if they're not paying attention, take a leap across the street and go from building to building.
Okay, so let's have you make, we'll say that you're able to hop up to the top of the closest building, right? And you're in an alleyway, and we'll say that, okay, you're sort of able to keep yourself hidden. But now at this point, the problem is, are you going to check and make sure that the police aren't sort of watching in this direction, or?
Yes. And actually, using some of my sound manipulation, I may be able to generate some sound, and then, I don't know, manipulate a tin can in an alley as a distractor or something like that.
Right. Okay. Well, why don't you do that? We'll do it in a couple steps here. We'll say that the first thing you're going to do is make that distraction, and the second thing is going to be to leap from one building to the other, just sort of get past them.
Right.
Okay.
All right. Distraction. Agility. 96.
Nice.
I think that is in the red for my agility.
That is.
Excellent.
What is your agility?
It is.
It's way in the red.
Is. Well, no, barely. My agility's excellent, so I hit the first red bar.
The first red bar, unfortunately, is... Wait, what are we calling this? What kind of a roll? It's agility straight?
Agility.
Or is it going to be a shooting attack?
Agility straight. I mean, that's how I did it. Do you want me to do a shooting attack?
Nah,
that's
all right. Thing. That's fine. So you're right, because they're the same thing. You're right. Yeah. So you're able to hit something. What is it that you hit to distract them?
A can or a bottle, something to, make noise, either maybe explode or get knocked down the alley.
So we'll say that it's something like off on an opposite and opposing corner that you kind of
Yeah,
fire
where they're
at,
looking that
and it
direction.
and they both like the guy like that's eating like his morning burrito, his breakfast burrito, like stops for a moment and he's kind of looks because he hears like what he thinks is an explosion, like, God damn kids setting off fireworks after the 4th of
And you
July.
did hear that I did mention that when I use it as a weapon, there's that kind of screeching sound that goes as a part of it as well. So that could be mistaken for, definitely one of the noisy firecrackers or fireworks.
And that's indeed what they're thinking because they get up and they look at each other, and the one that's actually sitting in the car kind of just he shrugs as if to say, I'm sitting in the car. And the other one that's eating the breakfast burrito is just like, ugh. And he puts it on the dashboard. He gets up and he starts to walk over. And the barber and the officer in the car kind of laugh, and they sort of watch as he goes over to check out whether or not a kid set off a firecracker. So it looks like you have a nice distraction. Now it's just a question of maybe leaping from one building to the other to make it past these two officers. What are we calling this role?
Well, I think that they have rules specifically on leaping, if I remember right. And I mean, it's a strength, agility. I'm not sure what you'd want to call it.
We'll call it whichever one's better for you.
Strength is definitely better.
Go ahead.
All right, so I'm going to roll on the amazing chart and a 24. Oh my gosh, I needed a 26. Short.
Just short. So you make your leap across, actually, and as you do, you're like, I'm making it, and actually you do make it. But the only problem is you dig in, and you've maybe had this issue before, you dig in a little bit too hard with your heels, and you knock those tiles off, sending them clattering down the roof, tumbling end over end, and then they land in a big pile in front of the barber's shop. And the barber just, well, you don't see it because you're frozen on top of the roof and trying to sort of, I would imagine, trying to keep a low profile. And you hear the barber like going, just start cursing and yelling about the raccoons. And he's like, I'm going to get those. And then a minute later, a breakfast burrito comes up onto the roof and lands not too far away from you. And then it starts to roll and tumble down. And then you hear it splat onto the ground. He's like, oh. And then you hear the other cops snickering. He's like, well, maybe that'll bring the raccoon down. And then there's nothing as they sort of wait. And at this point, what I want you to do...
I'm on top of the roof prone, right?
Make an agility roll just to make sure that you don't knock another tile off the roof.
Okay.
Or whatever you want to call this.
I'm going to remember the movie I saw, Saving Private Ryan, and try and mimic that crawl that they did across the roof.
That's right. There we go. Sounds like it'll work just fine.
45. Agility is... Let me see. I keep forgetting. Excellent. So let's see what 45 is barely green.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's barely green. So you're able to sort of hold it together, and maybe like a single tile starts tumbling down and you grab it with just like a finger. And you're holding onto it with like a pinky, and you hear the cop and the barber kind of snickering and laughing down there. And then that's it.
Mm-hmm. Take the pinky and push the brick back up in front of me, and then do that low crawl.
Right, and keep doing the low crawl. And so you manage to get yourself over to the other side of the roof, and you hear some muted discussions below you.
He doesn't normally like to eavesdrop because he doesn't understand usually what people are talking about. But in this case, because he knows that he's being looked for, Lucas will kind of try and listen.
So
he'll use the transparency mode on his headphones.
Oh, okay. So as he's listening, what he basically hears about is that another kid has gone missing in the town. And you gather essentially that they are talking about you except instead of using your real name, they're using somebody called Jonathan Edward Murphy. They're also talking about the fact that this kid really should have been in the facility, the Patrogenic Institute of Higher Health, which is on the outskirts of town. And how these kids they all have behavior problems, they're all causing trouble, and they don't even know why they also think that the people that are working at this institute are no good, because these kids get away amazingly frequently. It seems as if one kid gets away every episode of this stream. And so as they're talking about this, though, they also talk about the fact that there's a lot of money that can be made up there, and how the Patrogenic Institute of Higher Health has just actually been given a huge, has won a bid to actually open a facility in South Boston. And it's such a big deal. The government is actually doing this because the government wants to work with kids and help make more superheroes and make more talents, and how they do such a great thing for the world. And actually, as a matter of fact, when it opens in September, they say President Kennedy's going to be there. And when I say President Kennedy, ladies and gentlemen, I do not mean John F. Kennedy. I mean John F. Kennedy's grandson, who is now president of New England. And of course, Boston is the capital of New England. So this is a major deal if it's being opened up come late August or early September.
Oh, good. Then it's not the Kennedy from Louisiana. Okay, good.
No. Don't worry. No, I know. That would be...
Exactly.
So if you want to listen in, I mean, they sort of keep going on about some of this stuff, and they're chatting, they're talking through this. But that seems like, and then eventually the other officer comes back. He gets upset about his burrito being missing. He's upset. And you can kind of like maybe peeking around the edge of the roof. You see him like cursing and like rewrapping his burrito from the ground, and just he's awfully upset by this.
All right. Now I'm going to go over to the other side of the building. Go ahead and scale my way down.
So you
turn off the transparency mode.
Okay, so go ahead and make. I know this is cruel. Make an agility check to crawl down the other side.
87. I think I made it this time.
All right, we'll say that you made it. I think that's pretty darn good.
That's yellow.
You make a clean climb all the way down. Make it to the other side, and now at this point, a bit of time, maybe more time than you know, has actually sort of passed, and you can kind of sense this by where the sun is and the talk you had this morning, and then like just the feeling in the air. And now just looking out down the alleyway, you can see that the city, Bangor, has gotten a lot busier, and now the day is in full swing at this point. So you're in.
All right, I'm going to look around just for an alley to kind of hang out at while I'm waiting for things to die down.
Heading towards the back, you head like through a back alley, like behind the buildings. You manage to make it over like a few more blocks, and you kind of get that sense that you're heading back toward Paul Bunyan, and heading back to the river, Penobscot River. But then you kind of reach an impasse where you have to come back out and get onto the main street one more time.
And then from the main street, I'm heading toward the bridge, or am I heading toward the venue? I mean,
It's up to you. The venue will be first, okay? So the waterfront is just this kind of big, large facility. There's like a lot, like there's the concert area, and then there are areas where you'll find like vendors and whatnot, and then across from that, across like a footpath and a bike path, there's going to be the beach and the bridge. Okay. So hopefully that makes some sense.
It does. I'm just trying to figure out how I'm going to navigate it. And I think actually I'm just going to find a place to tuck in right there until what I'm thinking is if the concert's going on, will be focused on the concert, and I may be able to kind of make my way behind everything.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So do you want to just essentially kind
It's
of squat for like
Stevie and the Tommy Knockers? That's who's playing, right?
No, you're so close, Larry. You're
I know.
so close. I know. I don't know if you're playing games with me or you're just trying to play like we're in character. It is the Rock Bottom Remainders. Right. And actually, as a matter of fact, yeah, it's the Rock. I'm just going to say that. I'll say it's the Rock Bottom Remainders. And you've seen a few posters for them, like a few of those. They're not called one sheets. What are they called? What are those things called that like they print like musical concert posters on and people collect them? Anyway, posters.
I don't know.
So you've seen a few of those here and there, and there were certainly some like out by the barber shop.
Okay.
And what do you want to do? You're just going to wait out until...
I am, unless I see something dramatic happening. I mean, I'm not going to create anything destructive enough to, get everybody's attention. So I'm just going to wait for the concert. And once the concert starts, I feel that I should be able to move quietly during that time.
Okay. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to pick a spot where you can kind of hide out for a few hours. We'll call it somewhere in the alleyway, but can you describe it to me? And then after you've sort of described it to me, we're going to have you make a roll. We'll have you make an intellect roll.
Okay. I would probably want to be high, but not high enough that I could be spotted elsewhere. So still within the confines. So I'd look for a fire escape, preferably maybe one with like you said, some potted plants that I can hide behind, or perhaps some recycle bins or something out on it, and just kind of tuck myself in quietly and ask Maya to play a little bit of music.
Okay, that sounds pretty darn good. So go ahead and make an intellect roll.
Oh, thanks. Oh, no. Intuition or reason?
I'm sorry, intuition. You know what's happening?
Okay.
I'm mixing up systems. Intellect is cipher system. But yeah, intuition. It's whatever.
That's what I kept seeing with the I. I kept going, isn't I intellect? Then why do I have reason?
I know. I'm doing the same
thing. Is the
thing.
R resources then? No, resources are separate. No. I was doing the same thing, my friend. All right, so here goes. Roll again. I've got a 60 on the incredible column.
Oh.
That is a green.
Okay. So indeed, you're able to hide out. And you just sort of dig in and you wait there as the afternoon kind of goes on. Your stomach starts to rumble a little bit, but I assume that you still have those styrofoam containers, probably with food that's been jumbled around quite a bit.
A little bit. So I'll pull out that other cheeseburger and eat off of that then.
And so you feed yourself off of that. And another hour or two goes by, you get a little bit hungrier, you're munching on those fries. And then you can kind of see there's a clear shift and change in the sky as naturally the afternoon sort of starts to turn toward evening. And here's the thing though, as you're sitting there, you see quite a bit of activity. You see what might be more than the usual amount of police officers coming and going. And you're not sure if it's you being paranoid and people looking for you, or if it's just because the concert is going to be happening later on tonight. But the town gets busier. There's a hustle and bustle. There are police officers, cruisers going up and down. Every once in a while, you hear like the looping sound of a siren as it like asks someone to, as they have someone pull over or whatever. So whatever's going on tonight, they're kind of like cranking up security, at least as security goes in Bangor, Maine, on Saturday afternoon after the 4th of July. But evening is almost here, and I mean I can tell you it's 5, 6 o'clock at this point, maybe.
Well, I'll turn around. I mean, Maya, stop the music. There's a lot of police out there, and the police are the ones that want me or want Joseph or whatever his name is. And well, what do I do? How do we get out of here?
So she first reminds you that the name was Jonathan Edward Murphy, not Joseph. And then she tells you, why do you think it's just the police? It could be others from the Institute that are trying to get you. Aren't they the ones you really need to worry about? Why just worry about the police?
Well, you still never told me why I need to be afraid of Nurse Becca and be afraid of Dr. Connors and be afraid of the rest of them.
Dr. Carl Connors? Of course,
whatever.
Dr. Carl Connors is someone you need to be afraid of. If you'd taken a closer look at that newspaper, you would have seen why you need to be worried, but you just threw it away. Didn't you read the article? And now she's almost taunting you in a way.
The pictures. I saw the pictures, and it made me homesick. I'm homesick. All right.
Well,
fine. Well, you got to find a way to get me out of here. You got to. I mean, I want to be out of this city. I don't even want to be close to the city. Then we need to escape. And you come up with a way to escape then. If I'm not going back, then we've got to escape.
Well, I think you're on the right track, but you just have to be cautious. I think the best thing to do is to get either near that road or get near the railroad and follow one of those two out of town. But unfortunately now, it's gotten rather busy.
I like trains. Train isn't... Not a lot of people outside on the train tracks.
And if you remember, there was a lot of empty cargo cars that we could hop on.
Train. Maya, that's it. It's the train. We have to get there.
Well, I would say that you've made a good choice in waiting for the town to get busy. But on the other hand, that also means there are a lot of people that could be out and about looking for you. So we need to use extra caution. How can we get to the train yard? How can we get past the concert venue where all those people are without alerting anyone to our presence? You need to help me too, Lucas. You need to help me. What could we do?
Funny sounds. If I have to be close, though, I can't be that far. But if I could get close to people like funny sounds, people will look at funny sounds. If we have the band play funny sounds instead of regular music, the people will pay attention. And then maybe while that's happening, I can move through. I don't want to hurt anybody.
Sounds like a good idea. Well, I don't think the sounds would hurt anyone. But I don't know. How are we going to do this then? How are the sounds going to cause a commotion? Is that what you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Confusion?
Confusion, but I don't want people to get hurt. If I still remember the at the clinic, the man that kept singing in donkey sounds, and everybody was just laughing and paying attention. I mean, it can be silly. If it's silly, I don't know. Do you think the police know who I am?
Unfortunately, I think they know who you are. I think they think you're Jonathan Edward Murphy. But I think
But if the funny sounds come out, do you think they'll know it was me that did it?
the police won't know. But don't you think those people from the Institute will know?
Yeah. All right. I'm just going to have to try and be careful, and then I'll use my shield if anybody gets too close. I can't take a chance on people getting hurt, and I can't take a chance on people knowing I am here.
All right then. So how is it that you want? So I'm kind of hopping out of the Maya character right now.
Okay.
So how is it that you so after talking with Maya, what do you think you want to do, or how do you want to do this? How do you want to get there? And what's the plan once
now between me and the train yard, what obstacles is Lucas going to have to overcome?
First of all, he's got to make. So here we can kind of break it up into a few different things. So I'm going to say that first of all, he has to kind of make it through the edge of the town without maybe being spotted. Okay, so that's maybe the first thing, is to just go from point A, where you are now, to the Paul Bunyan statue. Okay.
Okay.
Once you're at Paul Bunyan, what's going to happen is that the land kind of, the area kind of opens up. The city kind of opens up. And you head toward, we're going to call the second part of the route, maybe, I'm going to write this down because I'm just sort of, this is what GMs do. So the first part is outskirts of town, or we'll call it the city proper. You have to get through, right? So that'll be the first thing. The next thing that you have to do is once you hit Paul Bunyan, you're going to have to make it down Railroad Street. And Railroad Street is going to be like a really heavily trafficked street because that's the main area that goes along the edge of the venue. Mm-hmm. Okay? So there's going to be tons
now,
of
is it
there.
So named because it's parallel with the railroad? Is it so named because it has a trolley tracks in it?
There are unused trolley tracks or railroad tracks along it. However, the right side as you're heading down it is the venue. The left side is where the station is, where they load cargo. And that's actually also where they bring the cargo off of like barges and they set it onto the train, or vice versa, depending on what they're doing, right? And then once you're there, you think you're going to head towards the train, so you're going to have to like make it through the rail yard. So we'll call the third part of that. So Railroad Street is just the venue, and then the rail yard is the third place. So you need to sort of think about I sort of know in my head what it's going to be, but you want to prepare yourself for what you may encounter at these spots.
Got it. All right. And of course, any overt use of my powers, like my leaping ability or whatever, it'll be too obvious. There's too many eyes around. Correct?
I mean, it's up to you. Well, okay. Your feeling is, if you're thinking about it, it's pretty busy out there. Like here, it's it's not as busy as 4th of July weekend was, but yeah, it's pretty busy.
Okay. All right. Well, then that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make my way to the Paul Bunyan statue, and then from there, try and traverse to the rail yard, trying to keep myself, even though it's a wide open space relatively, keep myself from being spotted. If I do, then that's when I can utilize some of my powers to try and avoid them. My only fear, and this is me, not necessarily Lucas,
right,
is that, of course, the rail yard would be one of the first places that would have a ton of agents or whatever waiting. Because,
what are you talking about?
But Lucas isn't on that wavelength, so he's going to go ahead and make his way to the train yard.
Okay.
By the way, I forget how healing works. I know it's relatively quick in Marvel.
Oh, I don't remember either. So we can just say, well, just for the sake of expediting it, and I'll look it up for future games, we can just like have you recover, you know.
Okay.
Because I know that, like, you know how like in D&D you can go ahead and you can do what, 3 or 4 different rolls, and the first roll is in like a turn, the second roll is like 10 minutes, and then the third roll is an hour. Or maybe I'm thinking a cipher system, but
yeah.
Go ahead and recover. It's been more than enough time. It's been like 6 hours since your encounter.
Yeah. All right. I'm ready. I'm going to make my way to Mr. Bunyan, utilizing as many alleys as I can before heading to the statue.
Okay, so let's make one sort of general roll just to kind of get this moving along. So tell me how you're going to move and what you're going to do, and I may or may not adjust. I may shift you up or down, or I'll probably go up a column or two. I might column shift you, depending on how you describe this. How are you going to make it fall onion?
So again, I'm going to get myself down off of the fire escape. I'm going to utilize all of the alleys that I can to kind of make my way there. As soon as there's some open space, essentially going to move briskly but not obviously to where I'm going. I'm going to make sure that I've kind of got the transparency mode on my headphones on, that I'm looking all directions, and that way I can pick up like, oh my God, there he is, you know, from a distance. And also have Maya, you know, kind of keep an eye out herself and warn me if she notices anything. So.
Okay. All right. So I will call
nothing phenomenal, but
I'll call Maya and assist. So I'll column shift that 1. So what are you normally with your intuition?
My intuition, I'm normally incredible.
Okay, so we'll shift to amazing. Go ahead and make your roll.
96 on this one.
Oh my gosh.
Which is a red.
Yeah. Very good. Oh my gosh. So it's smooth sailing. You actually, as you move along, you're able to duck, dodge, dive,
dip and dodge,
and dodge in order to get through the crowd, and you make it around.
One of my favorite Hank Azaria characters.
It is. I love that moment where he realizes he's about to say the same word twice. He's like, wait a minute. So with that, you're able to make it, and I'm going to give you this as well for a 99.
96, but okay.
96, close enough. Oh wait, I'm going to take it away now. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, good.
So with a 96, you spot 2 people that are very familiar looking to you. But that can't be, because what you're looking at is a married couple talking to a police officer. The married couple look an awful lot like 2 doctors or assistants that work at the facility. One of them looks like he's dressed up to be a husband. And then the other one looks like she's dressed up to be a wife. And they look like they're in kind of a panic. Not a panic as in someone's missing now, but they're concerned and explaining something to a police officer. And they're pointing every so often at the crowd, as if they're looking for someone.
Maya, do you know who they are? They look like doctors. Are they doctors from the facility?
Maya comes back at you immediately. That's Dr. Murphy, Dr. Travis Murphy. And the other one, I don't remember her last name, but I know that her first name is Alicia. They work at the Institute. Be careful, Lucas, be careful. They must be here in the crowd looking for you.
Do you think they're the only doctors here looking for me?
I think we would be lucky if there were nothing but doctors looking for you. I think those are the doctors, but I think that there are maybe stronger people out there looking for you right now. That's what we really have to worry about.
All right. You know I don't like to use my strength, so if you see someone that is, you think as strong as I am or stronger than me, you let me know.
Okay, I'll do my best, but you keep your eyes open too, Lucas. You know this isn't about me. This is about what you do for you.
All right. I crouch down, waiting for them to kind of clear with the police officer, and then kind of make my way utilizing any shadow that I can, any cars or anything that I can duck behind along the way, that sort of thing.
Yeah, so I mean, at this point, we're going to say that the first leg of your trip, just the city proper, that's what happened. And so you're able to sort of get through, and you got this sort of bonus information from that. But now we're going to have you go through the railroad streets. So basically, as you're going through, you're moving through the railroad street towards, and the venue's going to be on your right, and then on your left is actually the railroad yard. Okay, the rail yard. So there's plenty of stuff, but as you continue forward, it's going to get kind of thicker and thicker with people. So in a way, it's scary because there are so many opportunities to be spotted. But on the other hand, you are so buried in, you're like a needle in a haystack. So you can kind of look at it in two ways.
Well, it's 6'6", and you know that sort of, and
That's
the deep
true.
scarring is. Yeah, I am kind of distinctive, so I can't exactly meld into the crowd.
And at this point, I can also say that you can hear like the roadies tuning the instruments.
Okay. All right. I'm going to try and divert myself toward the rail yard again, utilizing anything in the way of cars, park benches, large cobblestones, anything that I could find along the way that I could kind of use to hide behind.
Large cobblestones, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so let's go ahead and make... I'm not going to column shift this time. So you're incredible, right?
Yep.
So go ahead and roll on incredible.
Oh, I never get two good ones in a row, and there it is. There's an 11.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say this is what happens. You are able to make it through this crowd. You kind of get kicked one way and kicked the other because at a certain point, it gets really busy, and the traffic, I don't know if you've ever, you must have been to fairs where like suddenly things get really, really packed, and you kind of feel like you're just being pulled along at a certain point, and you reach certain bottlenecks and things like that, where unfortunately you're pulled along, and as you're moving through the crowd, you actually make eye contact with the young kid, Eddie, that you saw before. And he sees you very clearly. And he's trying to basically signal in your direction. And he points. And as you follow his eyes in the direction he's pointing, you can see that there are several police officers in a pair, like working together, that are trying to move through the crowd, and they have kind of clearly spotted you. And being above almost everybody, what you really see is it's like when you see it's like in tall grass when there's like an animal moving through it. What you really see are people kind of moving to the left and to the right as the two police officers thread their way, and you can kind of see their Bangor PD like ball caps on, and you can kind of see like their rank on their shoulders as they're kind of cutting through the crowd. And they're moving toward you.
I'm going to start moving toward Eddie again, not trying to be rude, but feeling decidedly claustrophobic in this group of people. This is something that he has not experienced before. So he's trying to maintain his anxiety level at where he can still relatively think, and he's pushing his way toward Eddie.
Okay. So I'm going to let you kind of push your way through the crowd, but those two police officers kind of see you as you shift, and they're sort of redirecting, they're course correcting to sort of follow after you. And now you can see that one of them has like a walkie-talkie up, and through the roar of the crowd, you have no idea what they're saying, but you can just guess. They're telling the others that you're there. And Eddie is still kind of leaping up. He's like on, and now you realize, how were you seeing him and then you realize he's like standing on something like a railing or something like that, and he's kind of like trying to up.
Okay. Well, even Lucas is smart enough to know not to head straight to the rail yard now, because then they will know and be able to radio exactly where I'm going. Instead, I'm going to move directly toward those two officers.
Oh. Okay. Just a second. So, as you start to move toward those two officers, you're closing the distance between them, which means that you're getting closer and closer and closer. And Eddie kind of looks at you like, "What the heck are you doing, man?"
When I'm relatively close, as in, like a round out, let's put it that way, I'm going to start to generate some sound.
Okay, so you're getting closer now. About what sort of distance do you want to start doing that? You said we're talking 20 feet.
What I think it'll be like around to get there, that sort of thing. And I mean, essentially my hands are kind of shaking as a result, but I want to be able to generate enough energy, because for my stun attack, I need to be able to generate enough energy for a full round before it's enough to really use that power. So I'm about 8 feet away, 9 feet away, something like that, as I start to do it, and then I'm pushing through the crowd. And what my plan is I'm not going to reach for the officers. I'm reaching for their radios. I'm going to try and destroy their radios.
Okay, cool. So as this happens, now at a certain point, you're closing the distance, so you're getting quicker, closer, and then at a certain point, the crowd thins between you. And now it's just like a bubble, and it's just a couple police officers on one side of the bubble, and it's you on the other, and you're about 10 feet away, and they're both sort of like, they've got their weapons, but you can tell they look a little bit nervous, and when they pull their weapons out, the crowd sort of starts to, you hear like some shouting in the crowd, and people start to like run away. Is
this Bangor or is this Compton? Why are they going for their guns?
Is this
anyway, all right, so that's frustrating.
This is
because
inner
of course
city banger.
Yeah. Okay. Change of plans. I'm going to try and go for the stun. I'm going to go ahead and try and grab a hold of their hands and go for the stun then.
Okay, so go ahead and roll for initiative.
All right. And I got a 6.
You beat their 5. So go ahead and go first.
All right. So reach out and go ahead and try and grab a hold of them. And that is a grappling attack, which is strength. And again, I never roll 2 good rolls in a row. Let's see what happens.
We'll see. Especially when
58.
I'm game mastering. What
58 is a green.
Green. Okay, so you're barely...
Oh, no, wait a minute. Sorry, it's a yellow. It's barely a yellow.
Oh, yellow. Okay. So tell me what you're targeting when you fire a shot.
Okay, well, I'm not firing. This is my touch.
Oh,
I'm reaching out to grapple.
Right.
And essentially, they're going for their guns. I'm going to try and grab a hold of their gun hands.
Yeah.
And then essentially it sends a shock of sound through them. And it's at an excellent strength. So they have to make a feat based on excellent.
Okay.
In other words, whatever their strength is.
Yeah.
Or their endurance is versus that excellent.
Right. All right, not a problem. The first one fails it, and we'll just say it's the guy on your right. And he just essentially, well, what does it look like? Does he just get like propelled back? What is your power?
No, essentially, it's channeling all that sound as an energy force. So it says it stuns the opponent. And does damage. So it has a... Oh, I apologize. I take it back.
Oh.
The energy touch has only on a bullseye does it have a chance to stun. I remembered it incorrectly. That's my fault. It conducts an excellent amount of damage.
Okay. So what's your damage on that?
16.
16.
Right. Darn it, I needed a bullseye.
But that is enough to not stun him, but it's enough to kind of like propel him back. And then with the second one, what was it again? He has to meet and...
Excellent.
Okay.
I mean...
Equal to...
Well, no, actually, I read it incorrectly. That was for the chance of stun, but that's only on a bullseye.
All right.
So he just takes excellent damage, which is 16.
Oh, okay. So they both take excellent damage.
Yeah. That was my fault.
All right. So they're both kind of knocked back, and I will say that with that, their guns are knocked out of their hands, and they drop them. But then at that, one of the officers manages to scramble and pick theirs back up. That's what one of them does with their turn. The other one just watches as his gun kind of spins off into the crowd, and he sort of panics. He gets a quick panic look on his face, but then he reaches for his nightstick. And that comes out real fast, and he comes right at you with a blunt...
Please, leave me alone, please.
Attack. I may column shift for that, because that's a pretty pitiful sounding plea.
And awfully polite for someone that just attacked the police.
he raises his hand up for a moment, and he kind of does a double take when he looks at you. But then at the last minute, he does just come in and zip in for a quick hit, and he ends up doing 13 damage. Okay, so it's just a quick thing. And at that point, it's now kind of in your corner, whatever you'd like to do.
Okay, now you say that most of the crowd is kind of spread out?
The crowd's kind of dispersed, but I mean, they're not that far. They're kind of doing that rubberneck kind of thing where they're... I'm still generating
sound, so I'm going to go ahead and just turn that into a wall of force, and I'm going to shoot it push it at the one that came down with his nightstick.
Okay, so go ahead and make your roll for that.
All right. pushing with the wall, 73.
73, which
and this
makes...
is a energy or force, doesn't matter. It's agility regardless. 73 under agility is excellent. That is a yellow.
Well, the difference is that if it's energy, it's going to kill. Oh, but it's a yellow, so it's a bullseye anyway.
Yeah.
So you end up hitting him. What were you aiming at exactly there? Just him in general?
Yeah, him in general. Just, I mean, I'm picturing kind of a wall of just sound, just going at him, not targeting anything specific.
That's the full brunt of the attack. And so with a bullseye, he just takes the damage, right?
Yeah, in this case, with
16?
that particular sound manipulation, the 16, yes.
That was 16, okay.
Yep.
So actually, with that, you knock him on his ass back into the crowd. And at this point, you feel like there's a bit of an opportunity to get away here.
Yeah.
And he looks like he's been not severely hurt, but he's winded for sure.
Okay. Good. All right. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and next round, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take a leap out of the crowd and head toward the nearest set of buildings.
So you're using your power to just sort of leap forward?
Yeah, I got to get past the crowd. I got to get past the other police officers that are converging on me, I'm sure, by this time. So I'm just going to take one large leap toward the nearest set of buildings and try and find my way back into some alleys.
And, okay, so not towards the rail yard.
Not toward the rail yard. Again, I don't want to telegraph where I'm going.
Right. Okay, makes sense. So go ahead and make a roll for that leap. I don't know I can't remember if it's agility or strength or what, but go ahead and make your roll.
Ultimately, it is a combination of both, I guess, because otherwise I could just push myself into the side of a building, right?
Yeah, go ahead and make whichever one is higher or...
Strength is higher,
yeah,
so I'll go ahead and do that.
Yeah.
And a 63 on the amazing is...
Oh, yeah.
Again, yellow.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
No problem. So you managed to, astoundingly over everyone else in the crowd, what you do is you leap over everyone. And you get this sensation, and it's this sensation of just pure joy and freedom as you look down below you. And for once in your life, at one moment in your life, this is a moment when you can you look down on others rather than others looking down on you, metaphorically and literally, right? And of course, not exactly literally because you're very tall, but I just mean that they often look at you. Anyway.
Understood.
You just sort of feel like you're free. And you're able
Especially since I'm not enveloped with people and claustrophobic anymore.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so you're able to sort of hop a bit and find some, find some cover in a back alley. What are you going to be doing now?
Resting for a second, kind of thinking my way through and pulling Maya. Maya, I can't go to the rail yard. They'll know I'm trying to get on a train. I need to get a train not at the rail yard. Further down, further away from the city. Maybe I could use my jump and end up on a big truck or something heading out of town on the highway. And then we can find the train from there.
So Maya thinks about it. And you kind of know what Maya's thinking. Maya's thinking that the closest spot right now is actually that rail yard right over there. And if you try to make another run in another direction, well, you may have to go through all of this all over again.
Mm-hmm.
But as you're standing in the alley, what you fail to notice is that there's actually someone else there in the alley with you. And they step out of the alley and what you see standing before you as you stand in the alley is an older gentleman who looks a little bit worn down, maybe around the edges. And this older gentleman, though, he's got a kind of a confidence to him in the way that seasoned people often do. And maybe this older gentleman could perhaps describe himself to us now, and then I'll sort of set the stage so that we know where we are.
All right. So, as you see this man in front of you, he his clothes are worn. He has old, dirty, worn jeans. His hair is short, but not well cut, as if he cut it himself. He has dirt on his face, on his hands, but his chest is like a massive barrel, and his arms are, it's like he is he works out constantly. He looks like he works out constantly, and if you weren't super, this guy would probably intimidate you. He looks like a vagabond.
Well, he does already anyway, so that's
So at this point, just to sort of bring everybody up to speed, Bombast, better known as Lucas, has been fleeing from some Bangor police officers and some members of the Institute that have been trying to apprehend him. Bombast, unfortunately, had run into a couple of police officers who came at him in a crowd. He was able to repel these police officers, bound into an alleyway near the rail yard, which coincidentally is where Boxcar, as we know him, may hang out. So, Boxcar, can you tell us a little bit about who you are and why you would be in an alleyway near a rail yard in Bangor, Maine?
Boxcar is a homeless person who travels on the rails. That's his home, so that's why he's near this area.
Mm-hmm. And so, is there any particular reason why you travel the rails? And you don't have to tell us. We could just sort of leave it up to, our imagination. We could let it come out later. But I mean, would you like to set that up, or you don't have to?
No, we'll let that come out later.
Okay, that sounds good to me.
Yeah.
So then Bombast meet Boxcar, Boxcar meet Bombast. How are we reacting to each other?
Bombast takes kind of a step back for a moment, kind of holds his hands up defensively, but doesn't make any sudden movements. Maya, do you know who that is?
So Maya, of course, is his alternate. Well, is his sock. Go ahead. Sorry.
Right, and that's the thing. Have you been kind of listening as to the description or the character or anything like that?
I haven't caught a lot. No.
He
Okay.
is just fresh and new.
He's 6'6". He has half of his head scarred and with, it looks like surgical scars, and hair can't grow. He has long brown hair otherwise. Wears a scarf around his neck. He has a Sonic the Hedgehog shirt. He's wearing some red Carhartts and giant size 18 shoes. He is muscular. He's built, but his right side is a little bit more built than his left. And on his left, on a tether, he has a sock monkey that he kind of carries around. And when he asks about Maya, it seems like he's talking to the sock puppet or sock monkey.
So at this point,
Maya, of course, says no, right? She does not recognize him.
So at this point, the crowds outside are getting much more, it's getting thicker out there because the concert, as you can kind of hear, so across from the rail yard, there's actually a concert venue where the rock bottom remainders are starting to perform. And so the logic that Bombast and his assistant Maya were using is that they could hide themselves within the crowd and then hopefully kind of make their way out of Bangor, because they got to get out of here as quick as possible before the Institute or the Bangor Police Department find them. So I'm going to leave it there and let you two kind of figure out what you're going to do next, if you're going to do something next.
So how old does he look?
Oh, he's younger, lower 20s, 20,
Gotcha.
22.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Boxcar looks around in his mid 40s.
You're old.
So who are you running from?
Police and doctors. I need to go. They know I jumped right around here. I need a place to hide, and you're not helping me hide. By talking, I need to find another alley.
All right, follow me.
Right.
So Boxcar takes off, kind of weaving through the different alleys.
Mm-hmm.
If anything in his way, he just kind of easily pushes it aside.
Mm-hmm.
He's very dexterous. He's not
Mm-hmm.
clumsy. He's very good at dodging and getting himself through, areas that wouldn't look like he would fit through.
Mm-hmm.
So he's good at that. So does Bombast follow?
Yes. Yeah, for some reason his intuition says that he should. And at the same time, as you're kind of slipping through things, he'll clumsily kind of knock some things over along the way too. So if you're going too fast, he's worried that he's making too much noise.
Right. And Boxcar doesn't chide him for that. He just seems to slow down. If you seem to be having an issue, like he slows down just long enough for you to catch up, and then he pushes it again.
I can't run for very long.
Not much further.
All right.
So he leads you to a boxcar, and he has an entrance that he can crawl through to get into the boxcar. It's not like pulling the whole side of the car open. It's like a small access entrance or something.
And it's at the rail yard, or it's separate?
It's the rail yard.
We made it across to the rail yard?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'll follow you.
Okay.
So
we crawl into the boxcar. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So you managed to make your way to the large train, or I should say, of course, all trains are large, but you make your way to the train, and you spot that one particular boxcar, which I'm assuming you are ready to get onto, and ready to help Bombast to make his way out of Bangor. But at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to take a 10-minute intermission. And then with that, when we come back, we will finish up our adventure with Bombast. So please stick around. We will be back in about 10 minutes or so. Okay, everybody, we are back. There was absolutely no behind-the-scenes reasons at all that we scheduled it so that Scotty would pop in, and then we went right to a break. There's nothing at all. It's not like we were catching each other up with a game at all. We were actually just getting things like our venti waters. So we are back, and when last we left our heroes, Bombast was fleeing from the Bangor Police Department to essentially the venue overlooking the Penobscot River, across which was the rail yard. And he was fleeing because he is part of a top secret experimental program to build superhero children to use for nefarious purposes. And while threading his way through the crowds as the rock band, the Rock Bottom Remainders, went on to stage, he was confronted by a couple Bangor police officers who he was able to repel. He fled from them into the crowd. He turned a corner and he ran into Boxcar. Boxcar, who immediately took, well, a bit of a liking to the Sonic Sentinel for reasons that are unclear at this point, but I'm sure we'll probably find out at a later point. So at this point, there is a chance for the two of you to sort of maybe take a bit of a breather and talk, unless Boxcar wants to just take the bull by the horns and just like take you without saying anything. But if the two of you want to talk, we can say that you find a quiet spot while Rock Bottom Remainders go on stage and they start their concert, and pretty soon people settle down and you're able to find a quiet spot where you can kind of discuss your histories if you want.
Well,
So we actually didn't get on the train yet.
Well, we can say that you hopped on the train. It's up to you guys. If you'd like, you were able to. I'm sorry, viewers, I forgot to tell you. Boxcar led Bombast to a train, and he was able to find a secret door that he opened up. And if you want to hop into the train, you can go ahead and do that, and go ahead and talk there, or it's up to you.
So yeah, he's obviously leading you to the train.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to follow him, or do you need to stay here for some reason?
oh yeah. Considering that was where he wanted to go to begin with, around the train yard side of things, absolutely he follows.
Okay, so the train's kind of started to move. It's just slowly going. It's like on the track, and so Boxcar kind of leaps in this, runs up, catches up with the train, pulls a small door, kind of leaps in like a cat, very fast for a man of his size, and he just kind of throws his arm out to help you in.
All right.
His
I'll
thickly muscled
reach up and try and grab hold and allow you to pull.
Okay, so Boxcar yanks you in. You kind of tumble in, and it's just this kind of moving, dark environment. Light, little pinpricks of light coming in from the different areas, mood lighting kind of thing.
And so as the train moves forward, it starts to gather some speed, and you can kind of feel that cha-chunk, cha-chunk, cha-chunk. And Boxcar... go ahead.
Where's the train going? Which direction are we going?
Where are we going, Matt?
Going south to Boston as you hop on this train. So the train is indeed heading south toward Boston, and it begins to gain some speed. And again, as Boxcar was describing, he knows it so well. This is maybe a route that he's done before, many times before in his life. Those little slats of light, bars of light, start to cut through, and most of it's from, even though it's dark out, there is a full moon, and of course there's the lights of the concert venue, and there's the roar of the crowd that starts to quiet down a little bit as the car begins to make, or the train, I should say, begins to make its way out of Bangor. Now, you guys didn't really see exactly how long the train is. I might give that as a guess to Boxcar later. He may have a good idea of what the routes and whatnot are. But the train starts to sort of settle in, and you move forward.
South work for you, kid?
That's where I need to go. That's where Maya says we need to go. Yes. She wants to know though, why did you help me?
We can talk about that later. So, what's your plan?
I don't know. I've asked Maya. Maya just says we need to go south. Maya convinced me that I needed to leave the Institute. Maya convinced me that I needed to come here. Maya convinced me that I should be looking at the train to take. It's okay. I love Maya. I love having Maya, help me. She won't tell me why. She just says I need to go south.
You do. I've run across you kids before. You're not the first.
Not the first that came out of the Institute?
Mm-hmm. It's rare, but...
Who you know others? I mean, I
do.
Do I know them?
I rattle off a couple. Do you know
Yeah,
them?
we can actually work this out. So if you rattle off a couple of names, Bombast, why don't you go ahead and make a roll on... What do you think it would be, Bombast? Is this going to be...
This will be probably a reason check. And,
okay, let's do reason. Go ahead and make a roll on... Yeah, what's your reason? Is it a negative number?
It is poor.
Or is it positive?
It is poor.
Okay.
My reason is
than
poor. Oh my God, but I rolled a 95.
Why do you roll a... Okay. Rattling off...
And that is, on the poor table, that is yellow.
So Boxcar mentions several names. And not only do you know each and every one of those names, but maybe they're even maybe friends of yours. So if you recall earlier on, and Boxcar might not be familiar with this, but earlier on, Bombast, you had looked at a newspaper and you'd seen a photograph of yourself in the paper because the police and all those people were searching for you. And in the photograph, there were several other children that you felt bad about. And Boxcar actually just happens to mention a few of those children, making you feel safe, I would assume.
What do you mean? What do you mean they're like me? They didn't have someone telling them they needed to leave. They didn't sneak out in the middle of the night. Nurse Becca, she told me that Sam that you mentioned, he went off to college.
That's what they tell people.
She wouldn't lie to me. I've known Nurse Becca my whole life. She wouldn't lie to me.
And so you would have heard, Boxcar, of Nurse Becca. So if you'd been helping the other children, this would maybe be a connection that the two of you can make. So the children perhaps that you helped in the past might have mentioned that Nurse Becca was often trying to help them. And maybe it's kind of like a little ambiguous at this point, and it's probably a little bit best decided in the story at a later point. But whether or not Nurse Becca was truly, well-intentioned or not, you're not really sure. Sometimes it seemed like she was. Sometimes maybe it seemed like she wasn't.
She better be. I rolled her as a contact. No.
So she was a Nurse Ratchet, huh?
Right. Right.
Okay.
She's a nurse. Maybe Nurse Crescent Wrench or something like that. Yes, that was it.
Gotcha.
So, and she
What was the nurse from Awakenings? It's more like her.
Oh, I don't remember that one.
Yeah.
I know who you're talking about, though.
Yeah.
But at any rate, we'll. Okay, Larry. Most likely she's going to turn out to be friendly, but I'm trying to establish a little bit of mystery here. A little bit of tension. Add a little tension, as it's a game master thing. So, you would actually, Boxcar, you'd recognize that name, Nurse Becca. It's a name that you've heard from the other kids, and yeah.
He recognizes it because when you mention it, you see him twinge, like a painful memory.
You know Nurse Becca?
Oh, I do.
You were at the Institute.
No, I was never at the Institute.
I don't get it.
My son was.
Who was your son?
His name was Joey Becker.
Is that a name I know, Matt?
It's up to you
I would
guys.
say no
you can
because
tell
it
me.
was before your time. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Yeah. It was before your time. I don't know what happened to my son. They lied to me. I know they lied.
Well, I don't know. I never met him, so he's not there now. Did he get out?
No, I'm sure he didn't. Or if he did, I've never seen him.
I am sorry. It's got to be hard, I guess.
It is.
I don't know what it's like to be a son or a father.
And I've heard that some people go bad in there.
I went bad once, but I'm not bad anymore.
They go around and they take out revenge on innocent people. because they've been so hurt by this institute. You're not the kind that hurts people, are you?
No, I don't like
As he
hurting
kind of
people.
cracks his knuckles.
I hurt one person once, and I promised I would never do it again.
I don't think you are either. I'm a pretty good judge of character, believe it or not. And I don't think you would either. I'm getting good vibes from you. I don't know. It's something I've always been able to sense.
Yeah.
Something in people that, whether they're good people or bad people. I know there's a gray areas there, but there are some people that are sour. They've gone sour, and they hate everything. They hate the world, and they're going to take it out on people.
Bullies today, like those bullies. I didn't
Yes.
like them at all. They were mean boys, and I made sure that the other boy was safe. Eddie was safe.
The only thing that would be worse than my son missing, and I never get to see him again, is that if he became one of those people, one of those twisted people. I know I'm a wreck. I know I don't look right, but I don't hurt people. I'm just trying to get by.
Good.
And I help whenever I can.
Maya says she trusts you. And Maya said she's sorry for your son.
Thank you. Thank you. I miss him so much. We were so close. I let that damn institute take him. They said he was special. Now, I don't have him anymore. I don't have my family. My wife left me. And I did this to him. I had these powers, and I passed them on to him, and then he suffered for it. I'm sorry. I know you've got problems of your own. You don't need to hear all my problems.
Yeah. I would like to help. I would like to help, and Maya would like to help, I'm sure, to help find out what happened.
I've told the other people that I've met, these extraordinary children like or young people like yourself, that if you ever find anything out about my son, just please try to contact me somehow. I just know that they haven't messed him up.
Do I just find the nearest?
Changed him.
Do I just find the nearest train? How do we get in touch with you?
I ride this back and forth all the time.
The Bangor south and then back again.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes I take the line further south, but I'm always back here this time of year.
For the leaves changing?
Is that the season?
Yeah, well.
Okay.
I'm a little. Don't worry. This is out of character, Scotty. I'm a little confused by his comment as well. But it's. I had established that it was actually happening on July 9th of this year. This is July 9th of our alternate Earth. And,
right.
And
so
it's
summer.
happening.
It's summer, yeah.
But it's summer, yeah. So the leaves would have changed to something.
And that
for
would
summer.
make sense for him because he would be up here in the summer and maybe go south in the winter.
Yeah, like a bird.
Yeah. Yeah, right. I mean, if you don't have a house with heat in it, you're probably going to get
exactly right. Yeah, exactly.
We have already established that Bombast is on a different wavelength.
Yes.
Than most people.
Oh,
right.
Oh, that's a dad RPG joke. That is a dad. So at this point, however, as the two of you are having this conversation, you actually start to hear in the background outside, and you would notice this boxcar before Bombast would, because you have been riding this rail for years, I'm assuming, back and forth. The speed of the train slows at a certain point, but it's still going at a fair clip. And then, as you kind of described before, the slats of light those bars of light, they are no longer coming from a single source of the moonlight. They're now coming from several sources, and you swear you can hear what might be a helicopter, or even two, overhead. And then as the boxcar slows, and indeed, of course, the train itself slows down, it suddenly starts to pick up speed, and you feel the jerking as the connectors between the cars, one yanks into the other in a string of dominoes along the train, and it begins to sort of move forward at a very quick clip, faster than it should be. You're both free to...
Well, why is it going so fast? What's going on?
Something's up. Be ready. We may have to make a quick exit.
Exit? What? Like jump off the train?
Yeah.
So the train keeps accelerating, and then it finds a steady speed. And Boxcar, again, this is something that you'd be very familiar with. This is not necessarily normal, but you've seen trains, or you've encountered trains that do this when they're just trying to make up lost time. And they generally don't do this unless they're on a very long stretch of track. Not in areas where they're going to be curves. But as you move forward, you're kind of... Those whatever they were, if they were helicopters or those lights, they kind of disappear. And then it's moonlight.
So they're not keeping up with us? Okay.
It doesn't seem like they are. I'm just saying that the lights sort of disappear. And the train starts to slow again. And then it gets slower. And then it gets to the point where you hear that chunk, cha-chunk, cha-chunk, cha-chunk. And then as the motor dies down and the gears slow and all of that happens, faintly you can hear those helicopters. And then the lights begin to pass through. And the train just sits.
Are we in Boston?
Well, Boxcar
No,
would know...
I'm asking Boxcar this.
Oh.
Are we?
I was going to say, Boxcar would know that Boston takes about 5 hours.
Okay.
Continuous, and you've been going for about an hour and a half or so.
Okay, yeah, so
no.
we're not anywhere near.
Well, then why are we stopped? Trains, do they have to stop at stop signs?
Both of you guys make intuition rolls. And Scotty, if you need any help with that, just let me know. But
Okay. I have good intuition, so what does that mean?
No problem. Good intuition is just a rank that I'm going to roll on a chart. So I'm looking at... so you roll a D100. And then I will let you know where it is on the chart. This is very old school, but I'm just going to let you know whether it's successful based on the chart.
43.
43. And Larry, go ahead and...
I got an 89.
Okay.
Intuition is incredible.
So, ironically, despite the fact...
I'm yellow.
Or you know what I'm going to do? No, Boxcar's been on this. I'm going to column shift. Boxcar knows what's going on, and as does the Sonic Sentinel. First of all, you know Sonic Sentinel, you know Bombast, that somebody's here to get you. And Boxcar, you know specifically, you've just realized that the train has stopped on a trestle overlooking the ocean. And you're not 100% sure, but you have a funny feeling if you went out there right now and you look through one of those slats, what you're going to see is the ocean on one side, and you look out at the right side, you're going to see a canyon. And then the drop is something like 100 feet.
Can't believe Amtrak fell to that pressure. But
Who says it's Amtrak? There is an Amtrak. Just so you know, I did a lot of research into this, Scotty, so just prepare to be bored. I researched Bangor, Maine, and Amtrak has a train that goes very specifically 4 times a day between Bangor, Portsmouth, and then Boston. And it makes 2 stops. It stops for 2.5 hours in Portsmouth, and that's why you would know this isn't Portsmouth. Right. But I'm just relaying things that you would already know, Boxcar.
Right. So did the train come to a screeching halt, or was it slow?
It was slow and gradual, as if it was your intuition would tell you they made a deliberate choice.
Right.
There's someone here to get us.
And now you hear those helicopters, and you hear what might be dogs barking on either end of the trestle.
Kid, do you have anything on you that they could be tracking?
No, not that I know of. I mean, what would you think could be tracked? I mean, what sort of things could they be tracking?
So now those helicopter noises are getting louder.
That's when Boxcar grabs a shirt and rips it open, and he has a metal chest.
Oh, cool.
And he said, "Yeah, I got this after the Iraq War. I got mortally wounded, and these certain drugs, experimental drugs, saved me, and this chest plate was installed to keep my insides from falling out."
You're a super soldier. All right.
Yes.
Well, I don't know. First of all, I don't know what they could be tracking, but let us.
It could be this.
Is there a trap door? Can we get underneath the train?
I hope it's not something that's on me that they're tracking. Yes, we can.
You guys going to do that?
There is a lower access. There is an access.
So we go underneath, and then we have the tracks that we can move, and then if they check that car, we can come back to this car. What do you think?
Good idea. We have to stay low, though. You don't want to lose anything. If the train starts moving, stay very low.
So
starts moving,
now
we
actually
would have to walk.
What you hear is the feedback of a very loud bullhorn. And then you hear a very faint but echoey voice speaking through a bullhorn. And Lucas, you hear your name being repeated several times. And now they're using your real name. They're not using the name that they had used for you in the newspaper before.
That's what I was going to ask.
They announced themselves as Bangor Police Department, working in conjunction with a federal agency, and they don't say what agency. And they need you to come calmly and to surrender. Otherwise, they'll be forced to use a special team. And in this world, just to let my players know and to let everybody watching know, a special team would probably mean a team of supers who essentially work for the New England government. And you would kind of get that point. The idea is that they may be working in conjunction with like a SWAT team or like some sort of federal, like really good guys with like guns and stuff, but probably they're going to work with a super team. That's a special team. So this is what you hear kind of over a few times. And you realize at a certain point that what you're hearing is a recording.
So you don't think there's anything on you that they're tracking?
Maya, Is there anything that they are tracking?
Do you have a chip in your head? They put a chip in your head?
A chip? What, like a computer board?
Yeah.
Maya doesn't have.
Maya's got computer boards, but I'm the one that put them in. I didn't. But what were you going to say, Matt?
I was going to say, go ahead and make an intuition roll, and I'll tell you whether or not what Maya's idea is.
Wonderful 16.
She has no clue. Or maybe she thinks she knows, but it's just not going to be right.
Exactly.
She knows exactly what it was.
See, that's the problem.
You've been leaving breadcrumbs the whole time.
Yeah. And that's the problem with me rolling, is because I know that if you feed me anything, I know it's BS.
It could be. Right. Well, that's the problem. So, Scotty, we had this discussion, and this is just another moment. This is a teachable moment. So I'm not sure what you do, Scotty, but sometimes what I do when somebody rolls really low on an intuition roll or like a perception roll or something, I feed them information in kind of a serious tone. And like, so the idea, my intent with that is to simulate the idea that they think they know, but they're getting wrong information. I don't know if you agree or disagree with that, or if you sometimes do that.
Yeah.
But that's why you need to be rolling the dice, not us.
Right. But so, no, but you see, this is like Inception, because now you don't know what I'm doing on the other side, right? You're just so confused because I know that you know that I know that you know, on and on and on and on. So it's like, why do I have to go through the motion of moving my hand like this, expending energy, when I could just sit here and like raise my venti water to my lips and drink it?
And in meta, I don't like rolling for the players. I don't want to fail their role for them.
Right.
Let them fail it themselves.
I would agree. I think that's great advice, Scotty. Yeah, I agree with that. That's really good.
Yeah. Don't take their failures away from them.
Yeah, that's right. Let them fail for themselves. Right. You're gonna feel that, Larry. You're gonna feel that.
I know,
We're gonna talk about that for years to come.
I'm gonna ask, where's the trap door? Where's the door to the bottom?
He takes you to a place, and it's very hard to see. It's all dusty, dirt, filling in the cracks. But he yanks it open with incredible strength. Some dust goes flying up. You hear a horrible scrape as he lifts it up. It's like, here it is.
And looking down through it, what you see is, of course, the machinery of the underbelly of that particular boxcar. But a little bit, it gives you a little, for you, Boxcar, maybe not, because you've ridden the rails for so long, but for you, Bombast, this is, I'm going to guess, is probably higher up than you've ever been in your life. And looking down, first of all, what you see are those wooden slats, of course, of the trestle. But then down between them, you can see the canyon as it gets lower and the rocky shores of the southern tip of Maine, just waiting for you to...
I lean back against the wall for a second.
Probably.
It's all right. We can do this.
Do I see 4 little kids running?
Wait, what's that from?
Stand By Me.
Oh, right. They're doing a train dodge.
This is exactly the train.
Sorry. So
you can do this. So, kid, I gotta ask you. They did this stuff to me. They always know where I'm at, but they just don't care. They just really don't care. But now that you're with me, they care for some reason. Do you want me to go with you? Or do you want to do this on your own?
I'm putting danger on you. So thank you. Thank you for getting me to the train, but I should go by myself now.
All right, bless you, kid, bless you. And he gives you a big hug. He's like, kind of leans in your ear. He says, "You're gonna be all right. You're gonna be all right. You're gonna make it. I know you're gonna make it. And if you ever find my son, please find me."
I know where to find you. Maya will know how to find you.
Good luck.
All right. I go ahead and lower myself down through the trapdoor.
Mm-hmm. So here's what I'm going to have to do. Getting down to the down to the wooden slats is pretty easy. But I think I think it's safe to say that you're probably a little bit nervous when it comes to this. So I'd like you to make for me some sort of an agility roll. Or, I mean, we could call it like a psyche roll, like maybe how you're like how you're reacting to the high altitude, or what do you
psyche.
think?
That
Psyche.
makes sense.
Yeah.
And it's higher. I can go ahead and try and psych myself up. In other words, kind of make sure that I'm taking it out of my mind.
Could my boost of confidence give him some advantage?
You can help. So what I'll do is I can do what's called column shifting. I'll shift it to make it one strength more for your help. Like you gave him a pep talk, and it was very inspirational.
Yeah, like I hugged him and told him he can do it, and you're gonna make it.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna roll an 11 anyway, right? All right, here we go.
Yeah, why not? Give it a try.
Here goes the roll, and I didn't roll an 11. I rolled a 3.
Oh no!
What is your
no.
What is your psyche?
Well, my psyche is incredible. You brought me up to amazing.
Yeah.
With a 3. So
It doesn't really matter, right? You'd have to
only
be
the beyond.
You'd have to. I was gonna say you'd have to be like the Beyonder or
Right.
like the Watcher in order not to fail that roll.
Right.
Or Stan Lee maybe is the only other person in the Marvel universe that could make that.
Who's your friend in your head?
Maya.
Maya. So Boxcar is like kind of, oh crap, because he sees that he's having a problem with this, and he says,
I'm like Vern from Stand By Me.
he says,
I need Wesley Crusher to convince me I need to stand up and keep going.
You shut your brain down. Use Maya.
So
that's when Boxcar slams the side of the car open, not damaging it, but pulling it open with extraordinary strength, and then begins crawling to the top of the car, the boxcar.
Wow.
Pulling himself up.
So go ahead and make me an agility roll for that. So please roll a D100.
Okay.
And do you know what your agility rank is? It should say something.
It's good.
Good. Okay, go ahead.
Ooh, and I got a 91.
Nice. For a 91, he moves like a man of 19, like a fellow of 19. He's just able, like all of that, seeing this young man, not unlike your son, you forget the height, the altitude, you forget how tough it is. You don't feel your muscles aching, and you don't feel any of that. You just scurry right up, and you're able to make it no problem. So tell me exactly where you're going with this then.
Boxcar scrambles to the top of the boxcar, and he's like just swinging his fist at God, like like trying to get their attention.
Yeah.
Like as a maniac, he just looks like a maniac just trying to get their attention, off of the boy that he's met, Sonic. So he's just trying to get their attention.
And as that happens, I'm not even gonna make you roll for it, because as it happens, two helicopters kind of come in out of the darkness, and you see kind of a quick flash that there are a couple figures, one on each chopper, that are just in these kind of like white suits that are just hanging off of the side, and instantly both of the spotlights just lock in on you, and the two helicopters start to kind of slowly pivot around you. And you can see now that you're on the top, raising your arms up, and you can see this as well, Bombast, from like where you're scrambling to hold on, and you barely held on, but you can see that at either end of the trestle there are quite a few vehicles, and there's one from Bangor PD on one end, but then there with a few vans, and then several vans on the other. And what they're currently doing at both sides, and you can both see this, is they're pulling out these large devices. And maybe for you, Bombast, they kind of conjure up images of tests that were done to you at the Institute. And there are men in lab coats. And you're not quite sure who you're looking at because now it's a little bit too far away. But this is Bangor PD working in conjunction with the Institute. And you're not sure, but are those the two that were looking for you? The parents, the fake parents that were looking for you before on one end? So you're barely able to hold on. And with Boxcar's distraction, doesn't seem like anyone has seen you yet, but you don't have much time. So what are the two of you doing at this point? And white figures in the helicopters.
Yeah, I'm still trying to gather the courage, and I'm still trying to gather, get Maya to kind of maybe help me through this. But I'm thinking if the vehicles are on the other side, and up you've got the helicopters, and I don't want to hurt anybody. Looking down, how are the supports for the bridge designed? Do they have cross beams and that sort of thing all the way down, only partially where it's just a slide?
According
what does it look like?
The fourth grade trestle building project that I did several years ago with my students, right. The trestles should have triangular kind of like, I want to call them honeycombs, but they're not honeycombs, but triangular formations all the way down in order to provide like maximum support. Right. Or I'm sorry, and they're upside.
Triangle's the strongest shape.
Yes, right. So that's what you're seeing. And there's barely enough like to stretch from one to the other, to the other, to the other. Okay. Shout out to the fourth grade class of Pacific Northern Academy about three years ago.
I take a deep breath and say, Maya, help me with the handholds. Tell me where to go. I need to go down.
Okay, so go ahead and make your first of many agility checks. Unless you want to...
I'm going to make the first, and then you know what happens with the second. If it's even numbered, forget it. It's going to be an 11 or a 3.
Don't curse yourself.
All right, my first, as I swing myself down to the first one, 83.
Nice. Yeah. And I'm going to give you a couple... I'm going to say you managed to sort of clunk your way down. First one of the triangles and then like to another triangle. And for a moment, your foot like almost slips, but you're like, oh, wait a minute. I got that. I see what I'm doing. I remember building that that bridge and that trestle in fourth grade. I remember all those years ago. And you start like hopping down one at a time. Now, Boxcar, those two choppers are rotating around you, and you hear that loudspeaker. And they may, you're not exactly sure at this point, but they may have confused you for actually Bombast. And you hear that repetition of the recording telling Lucas, you need to come out now, keep your hands up, and make your way peacefully. We're going to send someone to pick you up. Just stay there. It's up to you, Box. Do you want to just stay there, do nothing, or are you going to...
One of these?
That'll fool them.
So no crews have landed on the train as of yet, right?
Not yet, but those choppers are kind of swinging around, and they're still... I want to remind you guys that on either end of the trestle, they're pulling out this device or these devices, and it looks like they're kind of putting them together, and they're starting to look... Bombast, maybe you can't quite see it, but to you, Boxcar, they look awfully aggressive. They look like they might be cannons of some sort that they're assembling.
Okay. So Can we
Mhm.
can we retcon something?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
I'll
Or
run it by you.
flashback.
Okay, I'll
Yeah.
run it by you.
Let's see what we got.
Okay. So Sonic and I, when I tell Sonic to escape through the hatch,
Mhm.
I ask him to trade shirts with me.
Oh, I like this. And I think, Bombast, would you have done this?
Sure. I mean, if you've already taken
And that
off
is
the shirt, we're halfway there.
exactly
Right.
that is exactly.
I did rip him
He's
open,
like,
right?
whoa, whoa, whoa. What's going on? Oh, it's part of the plan. Okay, okay. So, one of the reasons why those two helicopters are kind of like listing in circles around you, and one of the reasons why they've confused you for the Sonic Sentinel, known as Bombast, is because you have indeed switched. So the danger, however, with this is that the closer they get, the more likely they are to notice that the two of you are a little bit different. But at the distance that they are now, everything seems fine. So how would you like to proceed with that, Boxcar?
Okay, so Boxcar is going to begin to run and leap to the next car behind
Mm-hmm.
the current car and try to lead them the opposite way
Mm-hmm.
that Sonic is going.
Okay. Go ahead and start your run, and then make an agility roll. What's your
Okay.
rank in agility?
It is good.
Okay.
Oh, 90. Shoot.
Oh, you guys are making good rolls now. So you're able to actually run, and you do make the leap, and there's a small moment where you think you're not going to make it, but then you know what? That was just the older you doubting your own soul. The younger you, the real you on the inside, and your feet come firmly planted, and you're able to sort of absorb the what the heck is it called? Absorb the blow as your feet hit, and then make your way forward. And those two choppers kind of stop for a second and go off kilter, and then they sort of adjust. And now down below, what are you up to, Sonic Sentinel? Are you continuing downward? You see, maybe kind of looking a bit, you saw Boxcar leap from one to the other, and now you can kind of see these cars. And now looking off to the sides, you do see what are being put in place. These two cannons on either end. They're definitely looking, they look like the tech you've seen, and they look like cannons, but you don't have any more specific vocabulary to describe them than that.
Do the triangles go all the way to the wall underneath?
Yes.
Where
Completely honeycomb from one end to the other.
Maya, is he going to get shot?
And Maya comes back at a probability and tells you that there's a very good chance that yes. They think
Right.
he's
I'm
you.
going to start climbing
Bombast.
diagonally back up toward the cannons. And I'm going to try and, as stealthily as possible, get up underneath where those cannons are so that I can just jump
Okay.
up and
Go
prevent them
ahead,
from being fired.
make me another agility roll.
All right.
Here we go. Here's the first.
I shit you not. A 1. A 1 on a D100, a natural 1.
Those dice need to go into dice jail right
Yeah, I
It's-
know, right?
It's a roll the dice online app. That
Right.
does a
Oh, is
D100
it?
Oh,
for
well,
me,
that's
yeah.
the problem. You should be
Those are
rolling
hideously
real
evil.
dice. This is
Those are
we
hideously
are
evil.
I
all
don't have the real dice
friends
in front of
here,
me.
Larry.
I
Switch
know.
to your real D10s. We're all friends here. So unfortunately, as you're making your way across, you slip. And the moment you slip, you start to tumble end over end. Fortunately or unfortunately for you, your leg becomes caught in the trestle. And now, when I say fortunately, it's obviously because you're not going to fall the 80 feet or whatever it is at this point, because you were starting at about 100. But unfortunately, it jams your leg so badly, you feel as if you've never felt a broken leg before, but you feel as if you may have suffered a broken leg. You're not really sure. You're not a doctor. You're in a very panicked mode right now. You don't really know. But what that really does, though, is with your arms flailing, those helicopters, one of them stops and it hesitates. The other one stops with it. And now that spotlight comes down and locks on you, Bombast. And now the two choppers are on the two of you. Boxcar, after you made your leap and you kind of have an idea of what's going on, are you up to anything with this?
So Boxcar would have an idea that something happened to Sonic.
I would say it's safe to say you could kind of see over the edge that thing found something that was underneath the trestle, and it's got to be Bombast.
Okay, so Boxcar he's tabulating the ledger, right? The ledger that he may have filled out in blood with his son going to this institute. He's trying to make up that ledger by helping as many kids as he can escape the persecution. So Sonic is not going to be the first that he's going to lose. So he leaps. He wants to either crawl down or leap off the train and try to get next to Sonic. If that means I have to leap back across, and whatever I have to do.
Your best bet at this time is to maybe crawl down the side and then find an angle where you can kind of leap down to get near him. So if you want to make an agility roll to crawl down the side of the train.
Certainly. So my luck has not held. I rolled a 17.
And you'd have to be beyond or in order to do this. So
Thanos would have made it.
Right. Thanos would have made it. He would have snapped and been just standing beside you.
Right. Down, I should have got teleport.
Right. And so as you're crawling along the side, you slip and you fall toward the trestle, and then you slam hard down onto the trestle itself. And what I want you to do is make another roll now just to grab onto it so you don't roll over the side.
Gotcha. Another agility, or you want me to do a strength?
Let's do whichever one's higher.
Okay, strength is definitely higher.
We need it tonight. We all need it.
It's incredible. So, Okay, that is a 37.
A 37 just barely makes it, and you kind of swing off the edge, but you grab onto that. You grab onto that track, and you're able to hold yourself, and now you're actually sort of above him. But the only trade-off here now is that both helicopters are on the side, and they're both spotlighting you. And the moment you kind of see this, the two of you kind of see this as the two figures that are wearing these white kind of jumpsuits and helmets. They recognize that something funny's going on here. And the two leap off of the helicopter and they move straight towards you. And when they pull their arms out, at first you're kind of thinking they're wearing those squirrel suits, but then you're not really so sure what you're looking at. Are you looking at people in squirrel suits, or are you looking at like flying supers here? You're not really sure, but they're coming right at you, rocketing closer. And now, even as that's happening, the cannon on the other side of the tracks is coming together, and looks like it's going to be coming online any moment. And now you can kind of see that those two characters that were the man and the woman, the two supposed parents that were watching you, Bombast, they're definitely like behind the operation, and they're trying to get this thing done. what are you two guys, before we kind of enter what's probably going to be combat, what are you two guys going to do at this moment? You're both hanging.
Yeah. I'm not in a bad situation like Sonic is.
You've got a handhold. Yeah.
Yeah. If possible, I'm gonna try to move like a monkey, like monkey bars or whatever, or sideways or whatever ways, over to Sonic, because my chest plate is of an incredible material.
Yeah.
It's very resistant.
Yeah.
So I feel that I could take like a hit, whatever this cannon is. I don't want this kid to get hit, shot, whatever it is.
Yeah.
I want to take the hit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna, if I have to sacrifice myself, that's what he's gonna do. That's what Boxcar is gonna do. But he's got the chest plate. It has excellent protection against physical and energy damage. It has remarkable resistance to fire, cold, heat, and corrosives.
Okay. So go ahead and first of all make the agility roll to see if you can get yourself monkeyed on over there.
Okay. Mwah.
Yeah, no kidding. They need it tonight. We all need it.
All right, I got a 55.
55. What's your agility again?
My agility is good.
Good. Yes. You are able to monkey your way over there into a position which puts you, like somewhere roughly between Bombast and the
I'm
cannon?
trying to position myself between, Bombast and the enemy.
Okay, got it. Bombast, what are you up to?
I'm trying to free my leg. And
all right.
Trying to figure out the best way to do that. What I'm thinking is around the bottom of my Achilles heel, I'll wrap that tether and kind of just try and pull myself free and grab a hold before I fall.
Okay.
Awesome.
So go ahead, and I actually like that. That's kind of a cool sort of move. So I'm going to column shift up one for that. Okay. Go ahead and make your roll. And what is it your agility or strength?
I'd say it would be agility in that case.
Agility. Okay. Go ahead. What is your agility?
Which is a little bit lower. My agility is excellent.
Okay.
But you said shift one?
Yeah, shift one.
Is that correct?
Shift one to remarkable.
Okay. And I rolled a 96.
96.
You roll a 96.
You are able to yank that thing out, and for just a moment, you feel yourself free falling. But what you failed to notice is that right hanging beneath you were some long kind of like wires that maybe some guy had just sort of left in place there. You tangle in the wires, you twist in them, and you get tangled in them for just a moment. And as you shift and swing, your weight swings you so that your foot just steps naturally onto one of the other trestles, and you're able to grab out and grab a couple other bars and just pull yourself in. And off to your right, I'm imagining, is Boxcar. Is there something you wanted to follow up with?
Yeah, just follow up with, I'm wrapping one arm around a trellis so I can at least have one free.
Right. So. Okay, got it. So at this point, the two squirrel suit looking folks just alight on the trestle, one slightly above and then one slightly below. And they're on the far side, actually, of Bombast, meaning the cannon is on the side that Boxcar is on from the edge. And then Boxcar comes next. Then we have Bombast. And then these two squirrel-suited folks that are hanging on and clinging. And they start to scramble very quickly along the edges of the trestle. So I need everybody to roll for initiative. So that's just Scotty, it's just a D10.
Okay.
And I'm going to take the higher. What I do is I compare the highest on both sides. And then the highest on both sides, that side goes first.
4.
I have 7.
And then they rolled actually a 5. So you guys, the good guys, are going first. They're scrambling along. One of them is heading towards you, Boxcar, and one of them is heading toward Bombast. What are you guys doing?
All right.
Either one of you can go first.
All right, I'm going to go first.
Yep.
Go ahead.
I'm going to go ahead and start generating my sound. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw up a sonic shield right in front of the person that's scrambling toward me, hopeful that they won't be able to detect the sonic shield and just kind of bounce into it. Fly off.
All right. So what is the roll for that then? What do you create the sonic shield with?
There isn't a roll. It would be on their end. It's made out of...
Oh, they have to beat it.
Excellent material.
Okay.
They would essentially have to be able to, I mean, from your perspective, detect and get past it.
So they'll have to perceive it. So essentially they're going to have to... Okay. So we'll say intuition. What was the material again? What was the power shift?
Sound.
Or I'm sorry, what was the rank?
Excellent.
They are not able to see it, and as they barrel forward, they slam right into it. And the irony, however, is that this shield that you've created, when they slam into it, they fall into it, and just before it dissipates and disappears, they're able to sort of figure this out in their head, and they grab onto those the trestle one more time. But they're not going to
shout as loud as I can over the helicopters. I don't want to hurt you. Leave me alone.
They're not going to make the same mistake twice. So Boxcar, you're up.
So since it's like a shield of sound, does it sound like a cymbal when they run into it?
Yes, it sounds like two garbage cans being bashed together.
Yeah. Remember Hong Kong Philly?
There we go.
Exactly
That's
what
it.
sounds like.
Number one super guy.
So both of them bounced off the shield?
One of them did. The other one is still moving toward you.
Okay. What is he presenting that would be dangerous? Like, is he...
Doesn't appear...
Like fisticuffs,
he's
or...
moving very, very quickly at this point, and you have no idea what
He's got those weird, like, flying squirrel wings, right?
Yes.
But he's crawling me. Is he like a spider? Like,
he looks like he's moving really quickly like a spider, but he's all dressed in, or it is all dressed in white, wearing kind of a tight sort of helmet that's affixed to in a faceplate, kind of like Cobra Commander, except white.
Okay. So Boxcar wants to swing to the side and use his namesake, the Boxcar, to slam the guy's helmet into the side of it with his strength, and like try to knock the guy out.
Okay, go ahead and make either a strength roll or agility, whichever is higher.
Oh, strength is definitely better. It's incredible. Okay, 84.
Oh my goodness, 84, and he cannot beat that. You're able to hit him, and indeed, you do kick into him. And that's actually that is very lucky for you, because he's actually leaping off of the trestle, and now you kind of get the idea of what he might be capable of doing. He folds over like a jackknife and then starts coming forward you as if he's about to kick into you hard, riding the air. But you're able to repel him. Tell us what that looks like.
So yeah. So just kind of a sidestep, you know, as he tries to kick me, and just slam, slam his head into the side of the boxcar. It's this enormous clang as his helmet hits. And what happens to him?
And then so with that, he's obviously shaken, but he manages, and as you do hit him, he grips and reaches for purchase, but he's not able to make it, and he actually swings, or I should say he flies off around you in a loop and ends up maybe 10, 15 something feet on the other side of you, but below you now. And that's the moment when, unfortunately, you guys have forgotten about the cannon, which has just clicked into place on the edge of the trestle. and it fires. And you notice that it fires because the hair on your head starts to stand up. And so what I'm going to do is, let me just see who he's actually firing at. It's going to be Boxcar that takes it, because Boxcar is in the front.
Awesome.
That totally misses. And what you feel, Boxcar, is the air around you like just suddenly tinged with heat. And every hair on the back of your neck and on your head just stands up in this like frightening kind of tingle. And the metal that you're holding on to becomes hot, and you have to let go and grab onto something else. And then where that trestle was before, you see it just filled with like little like Swiss cheese holes all of a sudden that begin to melt off. And it's almost like it was hit with some sort of a heat ray or something. And then you feel the vibrations, even you, Bombast, down to the left on the trestle, you feel the vibrations of the entire trestle. And you also hear something worse. You hear the creaking of the superstructure. Because as you look down through, you can see that it cut a hole all the way through. And now the two flying squirrels, for lack of a better term, start scrambling up again. But we'll go back to you guys.
What'd you do to piss these people off, kid?
I don't know.
They're shooting
All
freaking lasers at you.
I'm trying to remember how power stunts work. How much karma do I have to spend?
Just make it up on the fly, Larry. We're at the climax, so whatever you.
So are they trying to kill him?
They may be.
I mean, it appears to me they're trying to kill him.
Either that, or else they're trying to kill all
this
rail
is a
travel in the
capture weapon.
Northeast.
This isn't like to capture you.
Mhm.
This is like to put a hole in you. Okay. All right. No
All
more
right.
games.
Maya reminds.
We're playing for keeps, kid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Maya reminds Bombast of exactly, how much force that sound generation is. And even without Maya, Bombast just comes up with an idea.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to just let go, and he's going to fall down into the chasm, but he's going to generate sound and create a strong enough sonic force and shield that right before he hits the water, he's going to be able to slow himself down to a crawl.
All right, I like this. I will column shift that
awesome.
for you. I will column shift that for you. So what is the rank?
Okay, the rank of the power of energy control is excellent.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'll shift that up to remarkable.
Remarkable.
All right. Then from there, I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I can use or need to kind of help me out. I can't think of anything else. But anyway, I just look at the figure and said, I don't want to hurt you, and just kind of let go and start falling.
Go ahead and make your roll. You're like Luke Skywalker in Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah,
Except with
it's
sonic
good
powers.
comparative. Yeah, instead of the force. Here goes. I'm scared to press the button.
I
I'm
know.
scared to
You
press
sure
the
you don't
button.
want to roll with... Oh, you hit it?
No, I don't know where my dice are. I'm going to hit it right. And with a remarkable 41, barely
yes, you
Got it.
barely made that. So
I was like
you begin to
biting
fall.
my fingernails.
And as you do, you think to yourself, what the heck am I doing? What am I doing? But then you remember Boxcar's speech to you, where he tells you that you need to find his son, to find him and tell him where his son is. And with that, you generate those sonic waves, And the entire boxcar, as you're holding on to the trestle, you can feel the trestle start to vibrate and shake. And now you get a true sense of what Bombast will someday be capable of. And looking down at him, you see a distortion like you're looking through gasoline waves as he kind of rides this sort of whirlwind or slow spiraling tornado down to the ground. And as this happens, the entire trestle starts to shake, and there's another shot coming at the trestle because Bombast is no longer where he was before, but it hits the trestle and Swiss cheeses it. And again, Boxcar, now you feel those vibrations, but you smile because actually these vibrations are not as strong as what you just felt from Bombast. And you know that that kid's going to be good no matter where he ends up. And the trestle vibrates, and there's that creaking groan again as the superstructure is just moaning under the pressure and groaning. And you actually even feel for a second as if the entire structure drops an inch or 2 inches, but that couldn't be possible. Or maybe it was a foot. Nah, it couldn't be. As he gently makes his way down. Now, it's going to take you some time to make your way down. So in that time, I'm going to give Boxcar a chance to do what he wants to do.
Okay, am I worried that the trestle's going to collapse?
It makes you kind of feel like that, but I don't...
Do I think I could make it down before it collapsed?
There's probably a chance that you could.
Okay. Okay, so Boxcar is going to leap out and try to grab one of these flying squirrels.
Why not two?
Okay, if that's possible, sure.
Well, for fun, they're moving around, and we'll say that you make.
So I'll try to grab, one with each arm.
See what you can do. So just go ahead and
hold on.
So you're jumping. So you're gonna leap, and we can call this grabbing. So we'll call it grabbing. So grabbing is strength, or I'll say agility because you're also launching yourself at the same time.
Okay.
So whichever one's higher.
Strength is definitely higher.
Okay. What's the rank in strength?
So it's one of those slow. In a movie, it'd be like slow motion, leaping off. It would be that sound that you hear in the movie where it goes.
I got it. I'm detecting have you noticed that, Scotty, you tend to leap at the end of my adventures into something?
I do, don't I?
I didn't even make that connection. That's awesome.
I didn't know that was a thing I did.
That's the same thing. I think it's your
I did
tell.
leap into the black hole, didn't I?
Yeah, it's your tell in the Zork adventure.
Yeah. Okay, so I rolled a 78.
Nice. And I'm sorry, what was your rank in that again?
That was incredible.
Incredible. And that is way in the yellow.
Simply
so that
incredible.
means that is a grab. So you're able to get at least one of them.
Okay.
And now if you want, as a little bonus, because most other game masters they just give their players one flying squirrel. I'm going to give you a chance at two. Go ahead and make a second one just for fun to see if you can make this the second
That is
guy.
fun. I like it. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. You got one of them, and now you're like scrambling for the second one.
Not so good. 21.
Oh, and unfortunately, you're scrambling with that left arm, but you're not a lefty, unless you really are. Are you a lefty or a righty?
Yeah, right. I'm a righty.
Oh, you're righty. Okay, yeah. So you're not a lefty, and you actually, as he's coming at you, he's or as you're holding onto the one guy, he comes at you, and the only good thing I can say about this is that your scrambling manages to kick him away from you, and you manage to send him off kind of spiraling toward the trestle, and then you kind of continue down in this very awkward spiral with the other guy. And
Awesome.
as you're face to face, or I should say face to helmet with him, and now you can see inside, and actually as you're looking inside, all you see are a lot of heads up displays and things like that kind of on in there, and you don't actually know if you're looking at a face or what, but there's something very electronic going on inside the visor. And so now it's spiraling down after him, and you kind of realize at this point this guy probably can't stay aloft, at least the way that you grabbed him. What you've done, maybe you're folded into his other wing or something like that, so he's not quite able to go. And so with that, what we'll do is we're going to switch back, because both of the two flying squirrels are kind of incapacitated at the moment, but then there's another shot that comes from the cannon. And so this time it's actually firing down at you, Bombast. So what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to make, this is an energy, where the heck did the energy, this is an energy, okay, it's a shoot, we'll just call that shooting attack. Hold on one second. Let's see if you will be able to, I'm going to give you a chance to try and dodge this, actually, if you want.
Well, actually, I was going to ask, how close am I to the water?
You're getting really close. You're almost about to kind of hit.
Okay, good. Then I'm just going to go ahead and shift the sonic force from underneath me to up top as I fall the rest of the distance in the water and kind of use that to block.
Okay, go ahead and make a roll for that. Make
blocking roll.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense though. Blocking roll is strength.
Oh, all right. Well, why don't you call it evading?
Okay, I'll call it evading. My fighting is just good.
Yeah.
Because I'm not a fighter.
Yeah.
And let me go ahead and see. Actually, I haven't done it yet this game. I have 75. I'm going to spend karma.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, so here goes my roll. And I rolled a 71. Didn't need to spend karma.
You didn't even need to spend it. So
it makes it an 81 on the good chart, which takes me into the yellow.
The yellow, and so with an evading roll, that's one column shift, and that takes you actually into the red, doesn't it? So that means that it turns into... So either way, it's a success, and it's a very good success. And so you're able to shift that thing up. And so the imagery of this, and you see this boxcar as the kid is like kind of riding that sonic wave down, and then you can see, because you're moving in slow motion from your leap, you can see as that energy weapon is just slowly cutting across, and then Bombast directs his own sonic energy, which again has that kind of liquidy gasoline sort of look to it, and it tears up the side of the canyon, rising, and then slams, that's the best word to describe it, like a baseball bat into this energy beam, and just completely shatters it as if it were like a spectrum, as if it were light hitting a spectrum. And now the energy is dissipated in some areas, but then just kind of cuts across the skyline in front of you as if it were just like shards of light. And those in turn start cutting little bits, cutting through clouds in the sky and cutting through the mist, and maybe even lasing some marks into the trestle around. And then with that, Bombast splashes down into the water, and those laser cuts across the trestle, well, that might be the straw, because the entire thing starts to creak and then drops, this time 10, 15 feet, and you can see the train as it forms a V now, and the cars start bumping into each other. And when that happens, the edges where the trestle is mounted to the canyon, the edges of those trestles start to pull the surface of the canyon inward, and several of those vans come down. And they begin to slide, and one of them actually tumbles off the edge. And then you see like a little figure inside of it tumbling end over end within the van. And that sonic, or I should say that energy weapon, slides over the edge, and you can see the parents that have been watching you as they start to slide off the edge and they grab on, and people on either end are now scrambling, and that train is just ready to go. But as the energy weapon goes over the edge, it hooks on something and it's stuck. And now there's this long, quiet pause. And you can see one of the two parents as they're crawling forward, going towards that energy weapon. And at this point, people are off, running around trying to do their own things. You are splashed down in the water. The boxcar is spiraling down and probably splashes into the water at this point. And that second squirrel, flying squirrel, is now stuck and grabbing onto the trestle as it's falling. What do you guys want to do?
Well, first of all, Maya's asking what the fuck is wrong with these people. But pardon my language. Sorry, Matt.
Is the water that he fell in, is it a river?
Yes. So, well, I'm sorry. It's not a river. It's more like the, you know what? I completely conveniently forgotten about that. Originally, it was the ocean. And then I think over time, I had forgotten that it was the ocean. I turned it into a river. But yes, it is. It's the ocean. It's the shore.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bombast comes up for a breath and tries to look for a place to stand. But I'm watching as Boxcar and the flying squirrel, they latched on underneath right now with the flying squirrel holding on, and then Boxcar is holding on to him or it. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah.
All right. I'm going to try and move along the rocks closer, and I'm going to try and generate that same force for Boxcar.
Moving along the rocks is no problem at all. And so now I'm going to say you're a little bit drained from that because I gave you a lot on that one, but we're still going to allow it. Boxcar, are you up to something at this point as well? Sure.
So does it look like Sonic is setting up something or getting ready to do something?
Yeah, you can kind of see as you're coming in for a landing on this other flying squirrel. It kind of looks like he is.
Okay. I'm going to try to position myself on the squirrel to have him take the brunt of the impact. Not to really kill him. I mean, because he's not like driving headlong. He's kind of losing control.
Yeah.
So I'm picturing that I'm going to try to get on his back, and have him kind of take the brunt of the impact, knock the wind out of him, maybe knock the sense out of him, knock him senseless.
Go ahead and make
wind him. That kind
make
of thing.
we're going to call it grappling, right? But I'm going to I'm going to column shift it 2 for you because you are just completely in charge of this guy right now. Like you're right on top of him, and he's just trying to stay aloft so that he doesn't slam head first.
He doesn't want to slam to his death.
You're in control of this guy. So go ahead and what's your rank in this? For grappling, it's strength.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that would be incredible then.
Yeah. So you're going to power shift, or I'm going to column shift twice to monstrous. So go ahead.
That is 68.
68 easily does it. You're in the yellow. So you're able to do so. And as you bring him in, it's like you're like the Silver Surfer coming in on top of him, and you just slam him face first into the water, pulling him back just enough so that he doesn't really hit it. Because hitting water at a certain speed, it just becomes like concrete anyway. But you're trying to help him out. And you will say that you knock him out, and he's just afloat, and you're using him like flotsam right now.
Awesome. Perfect.
However, I'm going to say back up top, we have the scientist, or I should say the doctor, that's made his way to this large energy cannon. And he's now in the cannon. he's moved himself and positioned himself, and he's sort of like, you can kind of see him trying to wrestle it into position, and he's firing actually at you, Bombast. Okay, so let me take a look. You just can't. The dice are not being nice tonight, and when I mean they're not being nice, they're not being nice to anybody. So the poor doctor perhaps is having some trouble with this energy cannon, and he fires, and it completely the beam fires into the water, and then starts to laze across it slowly. Flash evaporating water in this geyser that goes up and up and up and up, and it cuts between the two of you, and then it hits a rock. It hits a boulder on the shore, and the boulder explodes as if it were hit like shattered, like ice. But neither one of you take any damage for that. And now you can hear the doctor somewhere up there cursing, and the train trestle falls a little bit more.
Okay. Based on the distance, what would I be able to generate that same wall of force all the way up to the scientist?
You could try. I'm going to say it's getting really hard now. I'm going to column shift it down to make it a little bit more difficult. That's like
right.
you've given 2 in a row. And
right.
and I'm gonna say that you're tuckered out, so you can try it, but you're pretty tired.
Well, I'm in a quandary because I don't want to kill the scientist, but I don't want him to fire the weapon again. So
right.
I'm hoping that I can use this kind of as a ball of force to push him away and give it enough time that the whole thing's going to collapse anyway. I could do that just as easily with a boulder, but I'm afraid I'm going to kill him with it.
Right. So Boxcar yells out. He's like, kid, you don't want to be like them. Don't be like them. So does the flying squirrel have like a breathing apparatus? Does his helmet have an oxygen tank or anything like that on it?
You could tear it off him right now, and is that what you want to do?
If he has it.
Yeah, so you end up tearing the mask off, and what you see underneath is a very strange and some sort of emaciated human beneath it. As if the human were spent. As if it had been using massive amounts of energy to do whatever it was doing. And there are what look to be like 2 little oxygen filters like on either side. You could like yank the helmet on.
Okay, so I'm like, kid, can you launch us out to sea?
You're muted, Larry.
Launch what out to sea?
Us.
Why?
So we can escape. I have an idea.
I can jump. Yeah, I can grab you and we can jump. How are we going to swim?
Well, so Boxcar throws you the helmet. He's like, I can hold my breath a long time because I have incredible endurance. So what Boxcar wants you to do is create like a shield, but have it throw us like a slingshot out into the sea.
I mean, really, based on the fact that I have amazing strength, I could just grab you and we could take one massive leap.
Oh, okay. Let's do that. What is your endurance? Do you have incredible endurance?
No, I have
okay.
typical endurance.
Okay, so that's what I'm worried. I worried about breathing. So what the idea is like to launch us out to the sea, and I will swim away essentially, and they will be able to find us.
All right.
Because I can hold my breath for however long. I don't know how long incredible endurance would it be, but I assume it's pretty good.
Okay. I am, after all of
that's
this,
my idea. Yeah,
given my endurance, pretty exhausted. So
and I have incredible strength too, so we could both leap.
Yeah,
we could both just leap.
we can combine it. But
Yeah.
Matt, should I roll an endurance feat first to make sure that I can actually summon the energy?
I'll let you do it. It was
Okay.
just for the sonic wave that you were using,
Okay.
right? So as far as the leap goes, this is something you do in your sleep.
Because Boxcar sees what you're kind of planning, and he's like, "Don't be like them.
All right.
Let's escape."
I grab Boxcar, and then both of us, 1, 2, wait, on three, not 1, 2, 3, go. We'll do 1,
Okay.
2,
So actually,
go.
on 3.
Right.
Use the
1,
weapon too right now.
2, 3.
You leap.
Oh,
Go ahead and make your roll for that, Larry.
All right. And then based on his incredible,
Can I
does that
assist
mean
with
I
that?
shift up to monstrous?
Yeah.
Okay.
Since I have incredible strength.
Yeah.
Roll on the monstrous table. And I got a 46, which is green.
Which is in the green, and so you are
Yeah.
indeed able to do so. And as you grab Boxcar, you make that leap, like skipping, like a stone across the water, so quick that you realize at a certain point, wait a minute, I don't even know if we're going to go underwater if I just sort of kept going with this. But maybe you're not so sure. So you skip once or twice, and as you skip, what you see happening behind you is the entire trestle starts to come down. And that's it. There's a tremendous, almost in slow motion, a splash of water, and the loudest noise you've ever heard, the sound of every car of that train tumbling down end over end, and those two helicopters spinning out to get clear of what's happening. And then the two of them start to, do their best to just sort of stay out of the way as sparks begin to fly and as the trestle just folds inward on itself, and it just screams as it goes down the canyon. And then those more little vans, tiny vans, come over the edge, and whoever those parents were, they come over the edge as well, and a few figures with them begin to descend down into the canyon, tumbling end over end over end. As you skip away.
If they kill themselves, we didn't kill them. They killed themselves. So I can imagine that we're kind of like skipping, skipping stones, because the force that we pushed ourselves off are like, like a skipping stone hitting the water. And like you said, we're not sure we're actually going to go under the water at some point. But so what happens with the bridge collapsing? Does that push water or push force?
You get some waves coming
force out.
Yeah.
Okay. So so I can imagine we're pushed pretty far out, pretty fast. But eventually my metal breastplate kind of begins to pull us down a little bit.
Probably.
But our strength keeps us from sinking.
But I'm going to say that you guys can't keep this up forever. I'm going to give you a couple more skips, and then so at this point, what you can decide is this: you can keep skipping.
Could end up in Portugal.
You can keep going, or you can turn around and go see if there are any survivors. I mean, I don't know, because I know that Bombast looks pretty disappointed in what's happened. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's totally up to you guys.
Most importantly, though, we have to worry about those helicopters. Are they following us out to sea, or are they giving up the ghost?
They're looking around.
So yeah, the idea was when we get blasted out to sea enough, to sink a bit, and then we'll try to swim as far as we can. Sonic has the helmet. I have my incredible endurance. So
I will give it to you guys.
Maybe say I could stay underwater for a half an hour.
Yeah,
maybe say I could do that.
I can see something like that. So I can see that. Now at this point, though,
so we're just trying to swim away.
You've lost your energy, and you're kind of off on your own. You're gonna sink, Boxcar, and you can tread water, Bombast, but are we going to just flee or do something?
Yeah. I think that's going to be the smartest choice. And Of course, now I'm tapping my headphones and shaking Maya, and I'm not getting any response from her because of the water. And I'm tired and I'm done.
So
we try and move up. We're going to move diagonally back to the shore, heading a little bit further south is the way I'm going.
Exactly. Yeah.
So then, are you walking under the water, Boxcar, separately?
What I wanted to do was to hang on to Sonic, like waist to waist, and swim together under the water. Now the breastplate would pull me down, but I do have incredible strength, so I assume I could pull myself up. I'm not just a normal guy swimming here. I'm like freaking, so I can imagine that I could fight that resistance, but the resistance would actually keep us underwater is what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Like we wouldn't keep floating to the surface, right? We could get kind of a happy medium where we're down far enough that the choppers wouldn't be able to see us necessarily, but that we could get, a good distance away. That's kind of the plan.
So
I think Matt's mainly talking about that metal plate on your chest, though, that you wouldn't be very buoyant.
No, I wouldn't be, but I do have incredible strength, so I'm fighting the negative effect of the breastplate by using my incredible strength, right?
Yeah. So I'm going to let the two of you make your way along the shore. And you do manage to get away and out of danger, a little bit further down the shore. And as the two of you pull yourselves up on the rocky, boulder-ridden shores of southern Maine, standing and waiting for you, Bombast, is little Eddie Sheen. And you, Boxcar, probably wouldn't know who Eddie is.
No.
But Eddie Sheen looks at you.
What are you doing here?
You know why I'm here, don't you, Bombast?
For money?
He smiles.
Are you one of them?
He looks over at Boxcar, and he looks Boxcar up and down. We've been looking for you for years now. You've been very, very troublesome.
Me?
But you, and he turns and shifts himself to look at Bombast, you're the one that we've been looking for in the past few weeks. It's so nice that you've made it here on your own. And he turns to Boxcar, and at this point, Boxcar you start to feel a very, very, very crushing sensation in your metal chest. And you can feel a sensation as if your chest were a soda can getting crushed by someone.
Eddie, stop. I tried to help you. Eddie, stop. And I'm going to throw a sonic force at him.
Okay, go ahead and make a sonic force roll. I forget what that is.
Which would be, I guess, a shooting attack, agility, which is excellent. All right, roll. 84, which is in the yellow. And on shooting attack, that's a bullseye. So I'm bullseyeing his hands or whatever he's using.
Yeah, you hit him hard. What is the effect of a bullseye? Is that like double damage or something, or?
No, I think you could just specify where you actually hit the person.
Okay. So
now a bullseye with my energy touch, which is when I actually touch someone, that could cause stun, but this didn't say it. All right, so it's excellent damage, 16.
Yeah.
And then potentially disrupts whatever he's trying. That's
right. So you're actually able to... Hold on 1 second. Let me just check on one thing. You are able to hit him and do the damage. But unfortunately, I need you to go ahead, Boxcar. I need you to make an endurance roll. And what's your
93?
Oh,
nice.
So you're able
endurance is incredible.
That is really good. So you are able to resist his force, and so you actually repel him. You repel him. The two of you kind of working on him together. Repel him. And he springs backward into the forest. And he narrows his eyes and marches forward. You've both been very bad. I'm here to make sure you're both well behaved. The others are going to hear about what you've done after I've captured you both. And he comes at you again, so I need you guys to roll for initiative.
8 for me.
1.
He's got a 9. So he actually gets to go ahead first. He's taking his sights on you at this point. And so what he's doing to you, Larry, he's going to send a psychic, or I'm sorry, what he's doing to you, Bombast, he's sending a psychic bolt into your head, which should not just stun you, but also, well, yeah, we'll call it a stun for right now.
There's not much up there for him to really damage.
Yeah, that's really true. So we'll see what's going to happen.
Well, my psyche, by the way, is incredible.
So I want to do a comparison here. Okay, so you've got an incredible. Go ahead and make a psyche roll.
Okay. And
an opposed roll.
Reset. Roll again. 19.
He is easily able.
I'm exhausted.
He hits you. Yeah, even with that. And so what ends up happening is that you are actually stunned and out. Actually, you're not out. You're stunned. You're down on the ground. Okay? And so with that, he simply smiles. And he turns to you, Boxcar. But Boxcar, you have the chance to go ahead. But unfortunately, Bombast is out.
Okay, so he says, kid, don't do this.
He's not stopping. He's coming right at you now.
Okay.
So unless he looks like he's going to attack, so you can either take your move or you can hold and wait.
I think I'll take my move.
Mm-hmm.
I am going to I'm going to try to pop him, but not with enough force to kill him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm going to pull my punches.
So you're going to make, we'll call it a fighting attack. And that's going to take a high roll to pull your punch. So go ahead.
Oof.
What's your fighting?
It's excellent.
Okay.
57.
57. 57 for excellence is in the green. It's a hit, but I'm going to say that it does full damage. What would your damage for that be? It would be equal to whatever your... You were... What was your rank again?
In strength?
Yeah.
Incredible.
So it'd be around 37 to 45. We'll just call it 40. So when you hit him, actually, that's quite a lot of damage that you do to his young body. But it's enough to blow him back one more time. And now he's obviously a bit bruised and broken, but he's still alive. Bombast, I need you to make a psyche roll to see if you can kind of bring yourself out of this.
Okay, let's try it again. And 53 is green.
53 is green. Unfortunately, however, it does not equal... I'm calling this an opposed roll against what he originally rolled to put you out like that. So you're still down. But you've managed to sort of crawl up. You're really close at this point. You're very, very close. And he's got one more attack as he sort of turns. And he's looking actually right at Bombast, Boxcar.
Don't do it, kid. Don't do it.
So he fires directly at you, Larry. And he
Did I
hits
take
you.
damage the last time he...
You did not. You were just stunned. So I didn't give you any damage. He's being very careful and strategic about this. But he definitely hits you, and you are now knocked out.
Oh.
Can I can't make an opposing roll for that?
Why don't you go ahead? Yeah, why not? It wouldn't be fun if you couldn't. Go ahead.
All right, and this will be an endurance or another psyche?
Why don't you, whichever one's higher.
Psyche's higher.
Yeah, okay.
And by damn it, I'm spending karma this time.
Okay.
All right,
so
here
you're
we
going to
go.
raise it. Karma raises at 10?
Yeah. No, you spend at least 10 if you call karma.
Oh.
And then you can raise it as many points as you need.
Oh, for each. Okay.
Result.
Okay.
But I didn't need to spend it because I rolled a 97.
Oh my gosh!
Mm-hmm.
So you do manage
Wow.
to shake it off.
But I do have to still spend the 10 karma. 'cause
That's
I called.
amazing. He rolled a 92, by the way.
Nice.
So you shock him as you stand up, and even as he sort of is trying to go for you, like you just shock him back. But now, Boxcar, you can kind of see that he's just sort of, he's basically got it in for Bombast. Even though he declared that he was going to try and capture him, there's something that just snapped inside of him, and he's going to try and take Bombast out. So let's go back up to the top of the round, because I actually just forgot where we are in the. I forget whose turn it is next.
Yeah.
But
It's his, right? Because he shot me.
he shot
then I
you.
went-
You managed
yeah.
to resist it, and I think
But
Go ahead.
he has the larger initiative, so yeah.
Yes,
he goes first.
he goes next. All right, this makes sense. So he's locked on, and he's firing one more time. Now, anything goes at this point. So he manages to fire on you with his psychic bolt one more time, trying to put you down.
Mm-hmm. And I have to roll a contesting roll again against
Yeah.
stun, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, what the hell? I'm spending more karma.
You better.
Oh, and I didn't need it again. I got an 87. That would make it a 97 because I'd spend the 10
That
automatically.
beats it. And then, so we'll call that your turn. But Boxcar, what are you up to?
I'm struggling to move forward, getting closer to Eddie.
Yeah.
I'm fighting through it.
Yeah, this is, Boxcar is a man of action. This kind of psychic stuff isn't his bag, so to speak. So he's gonna try to pop the kid again, just try to put him down. He wants to save Sonic, and yeah. Okay. Oh, 90.
Ooh.
Damn. These dice are hot.
Yes. Yes. That is more than enough to hit him. I think we said it was 40.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's actually on the sheet. It says 40, so that's right. Yeah.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. Popping him for 40. You knock him to the ground, and he goes barreling through the trees and lands face down in the sand on the shore. And he is quiet for the moment.
Kid, you made me do it. I didn't want to.
I'm walking over toward him.
Oh, are you all right, Sonic? Are you all right?
I am okay. I want to talk. I want to talk to Eddie.
Who is that kid?
He was someone that was being bullied, and I helped him. I fought against the bullies to stop it, and thought he was my friend. Turns out he's a bully too.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that.
Okay, I do. I go over to him.
So I'm going to try to look out while he's doing
Out?
this, like make sure nobody's around or
Eddie
chasing us.
Eddie is breathing, but he seems out at this point. And Boxcar, you don't see anyone coming, so they may have a moment if Bombast requires one.
Okay. Well, Bombast kind of kneels down and feels like his ribs, see if anything's broken or.
He seems pretty like you're not obviously a doctor, but he's not like the way his joints and his body's moving. He seems pretty hard hit. He's bleeding from the nose and his mouth.
I turn back to Boxcar. We can't leave him here. I have to bring him with us. But what's to stop him from using his mind on us again?
Do you have anything you can use to protect us or stop him?
I don't. Unless this helmet. the one that the
It's not
flying
really
squirrels.
Magneto's helmet. That's not how I had pictured it, but
Would it block his with the carbon fibers of the helmet? the mega metal of the helmet block block his psychic.
What do we do, Boxcar? I would ask Maya, but I can't.
Has Maya dried out yet?
I will have to spend some time fixing both her and my headphones.
We'll take the kid with us.
All right.
If that's what you want to do.
We can't leave him out here by himself, can we?
I would think not. No.
To think I started on this adventure so happy and smiling, and laughing. All right, I pick him up and throw him over my shoulder, the stronger shoulder.
and so we will say with that tonight's adventure ends. Thank you all very much for tuning in. So this has been issue 2 of our superhero crossover summer series. We hope that you'll tune in next week, and if you liked what you've seen, please like, subscribe, all of that good stuff. But otherwise, thank you very much for tuning in, and to all of you out there, happy gaming.